I'm calling to order the meeting of the Salem Planning Commission for May 11, 2016. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Mayor Peterson?
Here.
Member Bennett?
Here.
Okay. Member Anderson?
I am too.
Member McCoy?
Here.
Member Nanke?
Here.
Member Dickey?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Benars?
Here.
Member Lewis?
Here.
Member Berger?
Here.
Member Kylowite?
Here.
Member Bailey?
Here.
Member Moore Green?
Here.
Member Wildfang? Absent. Member Gonzalez? Absent. Member Haslett?
Here.
Member Bergman?
Here.
Member Milton? Absent.
Member Bergman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome everyone, committee and members of the public and staff. It's nice to have a big crowd tonight. We'll got a fairly full agenda. Hopefully we'll get through it. First item is minutes. Has everyone gotten a chance to review the minutes?
Yes.
Any comments? No?
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Member Nanke and a second by Member Bednars. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, first thing up, or next thing up, handout material. Budget Officer, would you present the handout material?
Thank you. Kelly Jacobs with the city's budget office. And while this may not be my only opportunity tonight, it's probably my best opportunity to express my appreciation to this committee. On behalf of my team, Callie Leinenbach, Ryan Zink, and Josh Eggleston, we could not do what we do without you. So thank you very much for your very hard work and your attendance to all of the things that we provide to you during this really busy time. It's very appreciated. So handout items this evening. Item 4A is an item that records the actions of the Budget Committee through May 4th, 2016. So what you have with that, we call it the status report or summary of actions, is what happened through May 4th. There, in your wish list report this evening, which is item 5 in your packet, there is updated information for a couple of wish list items. So the status report has one number, the wish list report has a different number because we had updated information, and we'll go through that with you in more detail when we get to the wish list. Item 4B is an information report regarding the cost of additional open hours at the West Salem Branch Library. The additional cost to increase open hours to 31 per week and restore services to the level experienced prior to the reductions implemented in fiscal year 2012-13 is estimated at $183,490 for a total program cost of $261,410. The cost that I described there appears on the wish list. Item 4C is an information report providing a cost estimate for opening the main library on Mondays. The total cost estimate for the general fund, which includes augmenting custodian services, is $508,070. This item does not appear on the wish list. Item 4D is an information report referencing the wish list item to reopen a fire station. The report provides cost options for a 24-hour, 7-day per week fire station, as well as costs for an additional 40 hours per week of service. Item 4E responds to 3 requests for information relative to transient occupancy tax, uses of TOT, as we call it, based on the city's charter, comparison to other Oregon cities, and an update on lodging intermediaries. A wish list item for $176,380 also references TOT. Item 4F, this item responds to a question early in the budget reviews regarding court fine revenue. It is intended for information and there is no wish list item associated with it. Item 4G responds to an inquiry during last week's Budget Committee meeting regarding the use of Urban Renewal Agency funds for city-owned parking structure capital improvements. Again, this is intended for information and there is no wish list item associated with it. Item 4H, these are actually the fiscal year 2016 third quarter financial summaries. There's one for the City of Salem and there's one for the Urban Renewal Agency, and they were placed at your desks.
Yeah, I was going to say they're on the desk. They're not at the
That's right. They were placed at desks. You can't hardly miss them. I think I used every color in the rainbow. This item 4.1, this item of correspondence is from the No Ivy Coalition, and it provides a plan for invasive plant remediation at a property located in southeast Salem. This information report is referenced in the wish list report. And that concludes my very brief review.
Thank you. Any questions specifically about the handout material? Hopefully everyone got a chance to review the ones that were prior to the meeting and are getting a chance to review the ones that we received as we sat at our desks. I would like to change up the agenda just a little bit and move up the public hearing to this budget item unless the Budget Committee disagrees. I just want to make sure people get a chance to testify, and that's incorporated in our discussion. So seeing no comment on that, let's move to the public hearing on the City of Salem 2016-17 budget. We've set aside 30 minutes for this testimony, and since we do have a limit on the time, we'd like to limit it to individuals who have not testified previously. Over the probably over a month we've been hearing public testimony, or if you have testified previously, please keep it to something you didn't testify about before, like new handout material or a new topic that was brought up today. Looks like I have 6 people signed up, which means we should be able to get to everyone in that time period. To come up and testify, you just come to one of the 2 podiums. If you represent a group, please say so. And you have 5 minutes. If you're just coming as an individual, you have 3 minutes. And when there's 1 minute left, you'll have the blinking yellow light. And when your time is up, you'll have the red light. First person I have is Josh Powell. I'm not sure. Pollock.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Pollock, and I live in Ward 8. I'm here as a West Salem resident. Thank you for letting me speak today. I urge the Budget Committee to consider allocating funds to the City Library's budget to increase hours of operation for the West Salem branch of the Public Library. I've apologized that I didn't make enough copies to pass around. I only had 10 copies that I passed around. So I'm going to go through this very quickly. The copies are for you to go to if you want to have more information. First, although there are many benefits to doing so, I would like you to consider what 3 major benefits to increasing the hours that have not only effect on the nearby residents and business community, but the city at large. First, libraries have not been libraries have many have not been obsolete by online services, ebooks, or online educational services. They're a great source of learning, literacy, business and professional development, as well as enhance the economy of the nearby businesses. Second, the Edgewater District has been designated as a Department of Health Services as a poverty hotspot. And according to the 2010 census, the city district population has over 65 years of age is down to 6.2, which is less than 4.8 of the rest of Salem, or 12.1, meaning these are younger population here. The younger generation whose future as citizens can benefit greatly from the increased library service. Lastly, West Salem Library stands as a legacy to the Roth family, who donated the land to the city specifically to provide the area with the benefit of a library. The family gives so much to the Salem community at large. As citizens, we should not let this asset diminish, but should raise as an example and a jewel on how citizen business partnerships embellish our livability of our community. I'm trying to speak so fast. Okay, so there's a value of public libraries to stakeholders. There's also a general economic return on investment, which is basically the halo effects. Those who are doing shopping errands and have to go to the library, they tend to shop around go to the grocery store, the banking, dry cleaners, all around the area where the libraries are. And of course, if they're frequenting the library, studies have shown that there are about, per visit, $7.05 per visit they spend on food and coffee and things such as that. There's a value to the business development because those who cannot access the services for business development can go there after hours. I provided those copies because I knew I wasn't going to make my 2 minutes. I'm just sorry you didn't all get one.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I want to thank you for coming and testifying. I was raised in West Salem and definitely enjoyed the benefits of having a local library in West Salem. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for letting me speak.
All right. Next up is John Kaufman.
Hi, I'm John Kaufman. I'm a Salem Parks volunteer with the Salem No Ivy Coalition. I live at 700 Idlewood Drive Southeast in Ward 3, and I'm here to talk about the Ivy handout remediation plan. English ivy invades and dominates forest understory vegetation. Climbing vines eventually can kill larger overstory trees. I've personally seen this many times in Salem's parks. Dominant ivy monocultures reduce wildlife habitat and biodiversity. The Salem No Ivy Coalition, assisted by the Salem Parks Department, has organized about 18 to 20 ivy removal work parties over the past 3 years. Most of this work has been in the Wallace Marine Park and Woodmansee Park, which is one of our biggest success stories. We have cleared 99% of the infested trees there in Woodmansee. With this work behind us and looking towards the future, we realize that volunteer work alone will never make a dent in the Salem-wide invasive ivy problem. In order to move forward, we first need to clearly identify the problem in front of us. To begin with, we developed a survey mapping system based on the Salem Maps online system. This new system, hosted by the City of Salem, allows us to take detailed in-park surveys of infested trees and ground using an iPhone. Chuck met with us, a few of us, and suggested we put together a plan for one park describing how we might spend the funds that we're asking for. We selected the Hillficker property in southeast Salem and tested our new survey system there. Hillficker is an undeveloped park with walking trails and a beautiful forest full of a wide variety of native plants. We counted about 102 infested trees and found that 1.5 acres is infested with ground ivy. Using volunteers only, it would take us about 48 volunteer days to clear the trees, which is doable, but it would take about 436 volunteer days to clear the ground ivy by hand. And by volunteer day, I just mean a 3-hour day that a volunteer works with us. To put that in perspective, all the work we've done over the past 3 years is probably around 500 volunteer days. As you can see, we either need a lot more volunteers or help from Salem Parks. And this is just one of dozens of parks that have similar or worse infestations. So one possible approach at Hillficker would be to have park volunteers and/or prison crews clear the trees, then have park department staff come in and spray herbicides, do that twice to help clear that out, and then have volunteers come back in and finish cleaning up. And then if needed, because there's a lot of really beautiful native plants in there, possibly do some replanting. If the Parks Department can budget this $20,000, it could be used to hire prison work crews or outside contractors and to help us get more volunteers through direct mailings to residents. Thank you for your time and hope you seriously consider this budget item. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, scene 2, starting with Member Nanki.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah.
Great work on laying that out and doing the GIS work.
Thank you. It's been fun.
It's a Ward 3 park, so I really like that. The Morningside neighborhood's been actively involved with trying to move that park into a usable piece of property as well. I haven't actually been out and looked at any of the ivy, but
It looks really good out there.
I will definitely scope out the ivy problem as well. I don't know how the Budget Committee will go with that tonight, but it's nice to have the information and we can, worst case, start working at it with volunteer hours, knowing how limited those are. But if nothing else, we know ivy also grows very quickly, and so if we can keep it from growing, we at least can keep it in check until we can
Absolutely.
figure out how to address it as well as the other parks, because it spreads like wildfire through
Sure does.
the entire system.
All right.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Member Lewis?
Yeah, the work that was done in Wallace Marine Park was all volunteer work, correct?
Yes.
And I hope you consider that a great success.
Yeah, we've cleared from the railroad trestle bridge all the way up to the
Right.
softball fields, but no ground ivy.
Right. The issue of the invasive plants, and especially ivy, has become more and more, at least here, more and more known. I'm curious how it's affecting your volunteer base. Is it increasing, staying the same?
We're having a hard time getting volunteers, and you know, it's not a very sexy thing. It's pulling weeds. You know, so it's hard to. We all have to pull weeds at home, so it's hard to get people to volunteer and then come out and do that. But people do come out and enjoy doing it. And, you know, they're saving the trees and cleaning up the forest. So we're hoping if we get some of this money, we could possibly get more out there, publicize this more, and get more people involved in it.
Thanks.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. I want to also thank you and compliment you on taking this on the way you have. I thought this approach was really a good one, which is looking at a single park that needs to be remediated before it can be open, rather than going into a park solely after it's been pretty well wiped out by English ivy, and it's so much more difficult both to clean up, but also to spray, to do the kind of work that really does have to be done to make this work. And so I'm very supportive of this approach. Now, whether you need the full 20,000 will end up on how, because you guys have been so economical in the way you've done this and the number of volunteers. It's certainly a maximum number, not an absolute number, just for the budget committee as you consider this, and will give us the demonstration of using this kind of work to go into a park in advance and have it ready for development. And this is one Morningside's been waiting on for some time. So it's one of those kinds of demonstrations, which is do it right, do it the first time correctly, and then you don't have to keep going back, as you'll have to do at Wallace Marine year after year after year. So
absolutely.
I hope you'll look at this carefully.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you so much to you and to the others that have spent so many hours pulling ivy and working on this issue. Thank you so much. Yard work is hard enough in our own yards, but to come out into the community and to do that is a tremendous gift to this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up, David Hammack.
What is that?
Sorry, I just came in.
What is
Hi,
that?
Tina.
Get her.
Nice tune.
It is nice too.
Mr. Hammack.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is David Hammack. I'm a resident of Salem, West Salem, actually, and the volunteer general manager of KMUZ Radio. KMUZ is a locally owned, non-commercial, volunteer-operated community radio station. KMUZ has been operating since 24/7 since December 17th, 2011, 4.5 years. We produce over 90 hours a week of original local content, and we have 70 volunteers on the air in any given month, 70 or more, and over 100 volunteers involved in keeping the station going on a regular basis. The station has been awarded the best radio station in the Mid-Valley by the Statesman Journal Readers Poll twice, and then they withdrew the category from the survey. We claim we retired the trophy. This year, KMUZ received from the Oregon Education Association the News Media Award. Our operating cost, we all volunteer for personnel. Operating costs are about $65,000 to $70,000 a year, which we meet successfully by listener support and donors in the community. The KMUZ board has set itself the task of serving our listeners in part by closely cooperating with public entities in our coverage area, and city funding would materially aid us in reaching this goal. Our physical plant consists of studios and offices and leased space in North Salem, a transmitter site near Turner, and a translator, a repeater on a second frequency site on Prospect Hill. Our top facility physical plant priority in our strategic plan is upgrading our systems to keep the station on the air in an emergency, a weather crisis, or disaster. We expect the full realization of this goal may take us 2 or 3 years. Now underway, step 1 is an emergency generator for our Whipper Hill transmitter site. That's the most vulnerable of our locations. Step 1, the project is estimated to cost about $16,000. We've received a $5,000 grant from Otson Foundation and a Community Project Fund grant of $6750 from Marion County. If the city of Salem were able to match the county grant, we would not only be able to fully complete the emergency generator at the transmitter on schedule, despite any complications, but we also could move on to step 2, which is preparing our studio location for emergency generator support. That would involve hiring an electrician to move all of the circuits into a sub-panel and getting it ready for the emergency generator. It would allow a short-term plug-in generator in a crisis. So
all right,
that's
your time
it.
is
I'll
up.
stop, open for questions, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Do have a question for you. Do you have a specific amount? I didn't hear that you're requesting.
Well, it was suggested that the city might be willing or to consider matching the county's grant, which is $6750.
$6750. All right, thank you. All right, Member Peterson.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hi, thank you for coming down and for what you're doing with the radio station. I wondered if you had applied for TOP funding?
Well, the TOT funding, we understand, have pretty strict criteria. We didn't in the current round, but we are working to apply in the next year's round for support for an ongoing music festival project we do.
I see, good, okay. I thought maybe you had received some funding
In the past, we've had some
past
talk.
years.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just didn't know. Okay, good, that's great, thank you.
All right, any other
Thank you.
questions? Yes, Member Bennett.
Thank you. Just one more time, this is for emergency weather crisis or disaster
That's right.
broadcasting.
We want to work closely with emergency services, and in fact, we are on many areas, but we're not a very robust partner right now. And so we need to make our systems more bulletproof so we're on the air. So the main part is the generator at the transmitter, and also then to begin the steps toward preparing our studio for a generator there.
All
Great.
right. Member Lewis?
Thank you.
Yeah, the grant you got is from Marion County, the $6750 from Marion County. You reach into Polk County, all of Polk County?
Well, I won't say all of Polk County, but we reach pretty far. Monmouth Independent, certainly. Dallas, not so much.
Oh, no, I'll get you at Salas.
Yeah.
No word from Polk County. Have you approached them? And
We have not to this point. We're all volunteers, so our grant writing team is volunteer too. So I won't say that we've exhaustively shaken every tree, but we do have an ongoing process to try to identify sources to meet the station's needs.
All right, and Member Nanki?
Thanks for coming down. 2 quick ones. One, you know the size of the generator, and the prices for a new one rather than a used one, or have you looked to see if used ones are available?
We're working with an electrician, and I'm a radio guy. I can deal with computers and automation systems and radio, but with electricity, we call on the adult supervision. So we're looking at somewhere between 6 and 10 kW for our transmitter site. We're not all that powerful, but it also involves installing a propane tank, the transfer switch, and meeting county code and getting the permits. Right. So we're planning and budgeting for doing it skookum, and then we'll certainly try to make every economy we can.
All right, thanks.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Gary West.
First guy to ever use skookum here.
Welcome, Gary.
Thank you, Chair Berger and members of the committee. I will make this quick. I suspect I won't get to the yellow light portion of this. I come before you as a resident of Salem. I live in Ward 4 in one of Councilor McCoy's red boxes down to the south, and also as a firefighter here in Salem. I just want to come before you guys to let you know that your firefighters in this town are every bit as concerned as your fire chief. You've heard from the fire chief. I suspect you'll hear more from the fire chief tonight. But we share the same concerns as the group that's out running the calls, trying to get to people's emergencies in a timely fashion, and quite frankly, not being able to do it often enough. And professionally and personally, that's challenging for us. Anytime we can't get to an emergency as quickly as we'd like, get the result that we're all shooting for, it's something we take a lot of pride in. And when we can't do it, obviously people's lives are at risk. So I just wanted to let you know that we're here in support of the fire chief. And we're going to continue to work really hard to do the best we can with what we've got. But, you know, we've hit that point that we're worried. We're nervous about what the future holds. With the increase in call volume and the increase in response times, we just feel like we're on the brink of some type of disaster. So that's all I have.
Thank you. You did beat the yellow. Nice work. Any questions? Thank you for coming down, and thank you for your service. All right, Betsy Belshaw.
Hi, Betsy Belshaw, Ward 4. The board of the Salem Parks Foundation asked me to come down and urge you to support the SPIF funding. It's a win-win for the city. It's a win-win for our board because we often combine with the SPIF money to get more for the buck in terms of buying stuff for parks. So we consider that important. My second hat is the Minto Brown Patrol. The patrol members also asked me to come down and urge you to support the money for the extra police coverage. And I would also like to say that I live in Ward 4 in the death zone, so anything you can do for the fire department, please do it.
Looks like we have a question. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Chair Berger. Thanks for coming down, Betsy. I like seeing you at all these meetings and for your volunteer work. You said the Minto Brown Patrol, and then you said support a police officer. So
Yes, my understanding is that the additional police officer for downtown is going to spend part of the time in Minto Brown Park.
Right.
Now, that may be wrong, but that's my understanding.
No, that's right. In fact, the outside of the wish list, the city manager and the chief have already asked for 2 additional downtown officers.
But ours is for a half position.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, because right now on the wish list is a full-time police officer and a half-time park ranger.
Yeah.
And so I'm confused as to whether you're here to say we want the full-time police officer or the 3rd police officer, or we would like a park ranger, or you'd like them both.
We would like a full-time park ranger.
Okay.
If you want to go for broke.
Yeah. Well, why not?
Why not, right.
Okay.
Yes, we would.
Okay.
It certainly warrants it, and with the opening of the bridge, it's definitely going to warrant it.
All right, thank you very much.
I just lost one of my park patrol members to the Ivy Coalition.
Okay, thank you very much, Betsy.
Thank you very much.
Pull Ivy on his way back.
All right, last person I have on my list is Bob Rossi.
Good evening, I'm Bob Rossi. I live in Ward 1, and I wanted to give an update about where we are with the bocce courts. Thanks again for putting the money on the wish list for the bocce courts. Since the last meeting, we've met with Parks, the president of the Salem Bocce League, and I, and we had an extremely productive discussion with them. Parks suggested that we could either use Bush Park or Gear Park for the courts. Our preference is for Bush Park. Parks was also very helpful in suggesting certain designs and the use of certain materials, which I believe save large amounts of money. They've also been most helpful in suggesting 2 parallel courts with full ADA access, and have a good plan for what that would look like. The Bocce League is asking that 2 courts be sited on a location where they can eventually do fundraising and put in 2 additional courts at their expense and with their work. It seems to me that that's a good way forward for citizen involvement and turning bocce into a revenue-positive activity for the city. The league is also very happy with the cooperation they've gotten from Parks on possible scheduling issues. So it feels like we're in a win-win place if the money can be finally appropriated. That's what I have to report. If there are questions or concerns.
Looks like we do have questions. Member Lewis.
I'll make it simple. The 2 bocce courts that you're proposing at Bush Park, do you know the cost?
I saw tonight in your agenda that the Parks has done some research on cost. That doesn't exactly match what, and I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, it doesn't exactly match what was put aside. I think at this point we're not saying that the money that you put on the wish list last time is what we're looking for. We're looking for something up to that, not that amount. And that is as a result of the cost savings that Parks is suggesting that are really on target. Does that help? Does that answer the? Yeah.
Perfect,
Thank you.
All right, Member Bednarz.
So, question I had, did you talk to anybody, or did anybody suggest Fairmount Park, who already have at least one bocce court?
We've talked about that many times with, it seems like in every meeting. And there is not room there for a second court or a third or a fourth that would facilitate league play. And it's league play that turns bocce into something that's revenue positive. The court that's there now doesn't meet the specifications. The court is kind of out of the way, and if we're talking about league play, then we're talking about lots of people coming in and using this, and I don't think that that neighborhood is set up for that level of traffic. We're not talking about tens of people. I think we're talking about tens of people, perhaps.
Did anybody on staff also talk to you about some of the plans that we have for some of the upcoming parks that we have?
Yes, and in that context, we talked about Gear Park. The Bocce League folks went out. I'm not part of the Bocce League, I guess I should say. The Bocce League folks went out and looked at both parks and liked what they heard.
As well as sustainable Fairview Park that's being proposed.
Right. I think in terms of scheduling and in terms of money and cost savings, we're better off using a park that's fully functioning and ADA accessible with bathrooms now rather than later, because the costs increase the more time this takes, of course.
Which Bush's Pasture Park would fit that description.
Right. Also, one of the savings that Parks pointed out to us is, and we had not thought of this, was that if the courts are built crossways across part of the horseshoe pits, we eliminate some drainage and maintenance costs over the long haul, and I think that that has to be factored in. Gear Park, when we went out and looked at it, or when the Bocce League went out and looked at it, it looks like we have longer-term drainage and maintenance issues that drive up the costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Member Anderson.
Thank you very much for coming down, Mr. Rossi, both tonight and the other night. I think, as I said last time, I play bocce ball at my father-in-law's place on the McKenzie River all the time, so I appreciate that it's an all-generational game. In one of the iterations of a memo we had earlier from the staff, they had several different proposals of levels of what could be done, and one of them essentially was the city pay for half, hoping that the bocce community could match the other half. And I believe that the proposal for 2 courts, the latest one, is $40,500. I think that's the figure that was in the staff material. So let's just say we were to authorize the budget expense of $20,250. Is that something, the other half of that, or the other twice as much of that, is that something you think that might be potential for, again, thinking that you think that's the upper limit, not the starting cost? Do you think the bocce folks would have the ability and the capabilities to maybe match funds from the city?
I can't speak for the league. I'm not a league member or official or any. I was really happy to hear the idea that if we took the money that was on the table and used those for 2 courts, and then that the league would commit to building 2 more courts eventually. But the but here I think is important. That I think that should go with a plan with maximum accountability we use those 2 courts as a test for, say, a year or 2, see what the revenue stream looks like, and then talk about future plans.
Well, I think that's true, and I think that's one of the reasons I'm thinking about this too, because let's say the city paid for 2 courts now, and then in the future, the bocce organization might pay for the other 2 courts. We might work it out. We pay for half the courts now, and if that works in the future, we pay for half the courts. It ends up being the same amount of funds spent by each party.
I think the costs go up over time, so
Okay.
I don't know that it would be half.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
All right, don't see any more questions.
Thank you
so
very
much. That is the list of people who signed up.
Got one up here.
Oh, come on down.
All right. Thank you for the time. Chair Berger and honorable members of the committee. My name is Evan Soros, and I am one of the co-chairs of the West Salem Neighborhood Association. My other co-chair is right up there, Mr. Steve Anderson. He obviously is also present this evening. The West Salem Neighborhood Association represents roughly 70,000 Salemites, West Salemites. We are here to support the supplemental package to expand the West Salem public library hours from 16 to back up to 31, as well as the restoration of vital programming such as weekly story time at the library, participation in the summer reading program at the library, and as well as other additional programming for children during school breaks and summer break. As many of you know, in the fiscal year 2012-2013, budget cuts forced the reduction of the hours of the library from 31 to 16. Currently, that forces, or that the West Salem Library is only open Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 2 to 6. Not only are these hours too few, but it's a barrier for people who work. Many people, as you can see the traffic, many people don't get home till well after 6. So by the time they get home, the library is closed. And I actually asked Julie, who's the library administrator, for some data. And she told me in fiscal year 2014-2015, there was 13,972 visits to the library system. But at the West Salem branch, there was only 36,000, which was about 6% of all visits to the library happened at the West Salem branch. And you're talking about things that are checked out. There was 1.12 million items checked out of the library and system-wide, but only 54,000 items checked out in West Salem, which is about 4%. So if we're gonna have the library in West Salem, we should make sure that we have it at hours that will be beneficial to the community. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Member
questions?
Lewis.
All right, thanks for coming down and representing the Neighborhood Association. I guess the priority question, there's enhanced services, there's extended hours. If you had to prioritize, which would it be?
I would say personally the extended hours, if we had to prioritize. However, I would also make the argument that the programming is vital to the kids in our community, especially with the transportation issues we have on the west side of the city. We don't have bus service over there, really. So for kids to get that programming, especially during summertime, would be very important. But if we're going to have to choose one, it would be the hours, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't see any more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on from...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It looks like we have another person
we
who'd
do
like
have
to
one more.
speak.
Tina. Yes. Come on up. And we are bumping up against our 30-minute time frame, so I'm not going to take any more public testimony beyond this.
Okay, that's fine.
But welcome, Tina.
I will try to be brief. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tina Hansen. I live in Ward 1 on Broadway Street. I would like to comment on the need for stronger sidewalk repair. As a blind person who depends on pedestrian being able to walk in an even sidewalk area, I personally, and I also recognize that there are people in motorized wheelchairs and so forth that can't use the sidewalks. I would like to really speak in favor of sidewalk repair. I know that on Broadway where I live, the sidewalks are really good around the businesses, but they're not very good in the residential areas. So that's why I would like to speak in support of the repaired sidewalks. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you so much, Tina.
Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is a message from our city manager going over the memo he put in our packet.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are several points that I would like to make. First of all, I would like to echo Kelly's thank you to you, to the Budget Committee for your time since, I believe, December. And because you have probably the most challenging part of your volunteer assignment ahead of you this evening, I will keep my comments brief. You do have a memo and some supporting charts, visuals that I believe reinforce the point that while our financial condition has improved since 2009 through 2012, I believe restraint is still advisable. I understand that that is incredibly challenging given the requests and the information that is being provided to you, that has been provided to you and has been provided to you again here tonight. I do, though, urge restraint. This is my first time through the budget process here, and I believe we can do a better job, certainly the organization can do a better job of linking these priorities and these requests and the needs that have been brought forward to your attention. We can do a better job of linking that to the organizations, to the city's resources in a way that is much more deliberative and I think more lasting, and I believe that is what many of the speakers have been referring to over the past month or two, that there are needs, there are requests in the community for enhanced services, for improved basic services, and we can do a better job of linking those goals and those priorities. And that will take some time, admittedly, and again, I realize the difficulty that you're facing tonight in balancing what will be a longer-term effort with today's requests. To assist you with tonight's requests in the proposed budget and in the possible changes, and also as an aside, I certainly understand that I propose and you dispose. So while I've cautioned restraint, whatever the Budget Committee recommends to Council and then is adopted by Council, staff will enthusiastically implement. And to assist with your deliberations tonight, staff is here, the staff team is here, and we have various slides and visual aids that we think will help guide you through the wish list items, several of which do have options and some different considerations for you. So we look forward to assisting you this evening, and thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments.
We're moving into our discussion and of the wish list and our general policy discussion. I would propose trying to structure this in some way, and I kind of jotted down the order I would like to go in. Generally, first thing, starting with questions of staff to clarify. We got a lot of material today, so if there's questions for staff, I'd like to try and get those out before we get too far in the weeds in what we want or don't want. Obviously, as we get in the weeds, we may have further questions, but starting with questions of staff, then going on to new wish list items, if there's anything new that people would want to add to the list, then moving on to modification of wish list items. There's been some that we put on very early. There may be the person who proposed it may have a modification. I'd like to get those on the table. And then once we've gotten through those, to go through most likely line by line on the wish list, voting whether to move it into the budget or not, and then we can vote on the whole budget. So if that's favorable to the committee, I will start with asking if there's questions of staff. And I see some. Member Lewis.
Yeah, this is regarding the library in West Salem. And if my memory serves me right, which it may not because I'm older, but I thought we had talked about expanding the hours. I don't recall asking for reinstatement of programs. And I feel like we asked for one thing and we got something else. That's a comment. My question is, if we are currently spending $78,000 roughly on 15 hours or 16 hours, it's like double for the next 15. I'm used to, as you get larger, you get more efficient. So I'm looking for a explanation, I guess.
Is there someone from staff who can answer that?
Hi, Julie Souls, Library Administrator. So I understand that question, and this price reflects restoring programming for children.
Can't hear you.
Is the mic on? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
This pricing reflects restoring programming for children, restoring reference services. Right now in the structure that we have at 16 hours a week, all we're essentially doing is circulating materials. So it's the most fundamental service that we could have there. And it's almost a de facto hold shelf at this point because so much of the material that's getting sent over there is actually coming from the main library, so it's a convenience service. What we're proposing is restoring the services that people have been asking us for there, which is programming, reference services, expanded computer resources, those types of things.
One follow-up, if I could. I get it. What is the cost for just opening the library for the 15 hours additionally?
I would have to give you that number. We would have to go back and look because right now we are funding that staffing through seasonal hours, and we are pulling regular staff out of the main library during the week and bringing in seasonal folks to backfill. And it's just not a sustainable business plan for us.
Okay.
I'm going to.
Do you have a question specifically about this?
Yeah, I'm going
Member
to
Bennett?
just follow up too. I am concerned that what we asked about was hours and what we got back was hours and program. Just to express concern that did not come back in two pieces. Just a thought for future reference.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because it is helpful when we know what we're thinking of and we understand what the broader program looks like. What would then? What is the level of funding that we can arrive at that genuinely augments this for daytime use by mothers and their children? Is it all or nothing, or is there some gradation of how we can do this by adding some hours, adding some program that would serve either the needs of, or would, I hope, serve the needs of elderly, poor, and mothers? That would be an additional program and service for them. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm not 100% certain, but
What's the cheap one here?
what's the cheap one? So if you were asking to expand service hours so we could be open earlier in the day or later in the day and provide no additional programming, no story hours, no reference services, all of that, I would have to come back with that. And I do apologize. I misunderstood what I was asked for. I
Sure.
thought we were looking to restore the services as they were when they were 31 hours. And so that's what I brought back.
Sure, and understandable. I think it would be helpful, I don't know whether we can proceed with this, that we are unable probably because this doesn't answer the question that I think we may have, whether this is one of those that's going to have to end up to the council, in the council's hands. I don't hope there aren't too many more of these, but
Well, I definitely think if the committee wanted to put a number they believe was reasonable and the council could then modify that, it would be one method of
Okay.
moving forward if they chose.
Okay.
There is some ability to clean
That'd be
up.
okay with you then, for us to just make up a number and go
It's
ahead?
up to the committee, not me.
Yeah.
Member McCoy?
Yeah, I too will chime in. I'm a little, I guess, bewildered on how I know what I asked the question was, how much does it cost now? Because the number for 27,000 in materials wasn't a number that I thought was even realistic, given the fact people were working, actually spending hours working there at 16. And I directly asked what the cost was now and what the cost would be at 31. And we got neither number, and we're right back where we started. And to make a decision, we need some numbers to really understand what's going on. I'm just a little.
I believe they did clarify the number of how much it's costing now and modified that 27. Budget Officer, can you clarify that?
That is correct. We indicated that the error that we made, and it was corrected through an errata sheet last week, it was $50,000 of additional funding for the West Salem branch, bringing funding, I believe, to $77,290. And so, yes, and that's the $50,000 represented the backfill of seasonal staffing.
Thank you. I thought that was
All right, Member Dickey?
Thank you. So I'm a little curious about the programming piece and how much that actually costs. I guess I tend to think of the library being open and it offering some level of services beyond just circulation, maybe not a full range like you'd see here. I'm a mother, and when my kids were little, we went to the library for their programs. So I had kind of thought that it's some sort of modified version of what we get here. So I'm kind of curious to know then what that breakout is, if you have something to even give some idea, a percentage or something like that, to have an idea of, this is how much it is for the hours, this is how much it is for some level of programming.
So if you're asking me if I have that metric, I don't. I can say that programming is done by a level and a classification that's different than what we have now. And we also have some union standards in place about what classification needs to be in that building in order to even have it open. And so that also reflects, we have to have a certain classification to even open the doors.
All right, Member Anderson?
Thank you. Following up on some of the other questions, at what point in the reduction of the amount that has been proposed here, which is $183,000 additional on the wish list, at what point in reduction of that do we have to move just to hours and drop off programs? So if we were to say, let's reduce the amount in the wish list by 50%, can we then still provide the services at a reduced level and the hours at a reduced level, or at some point in reduction we have to get rid of the services?
So to make a wild guess, which I'm loath to do, it costs us right now $50,000 for seasonal staff to be open 16 hours a week. So if we wanted to double that or go to 31, it's going to be approximately that, just to have the doors open and circulate materials.
Okay.
So it would be an additional 50 on top of the 290,000.
And as you've discussed before, that as a business model at some point becomes untenable.
It's unsustainable in the fact that it doesn't meet the need that's in that community.
Sure,
It's
sure.
basically, we're vending books at a
Yeah.
very expensive rate.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that other people don't get value out of there. Of course, there's the whole value of coming and interacting with human
Right,
beings.
but it doesn't
and
serve the
being a
wide
safe
panoply
place.
of citizens
It's
who
not
are in
meeting
West
the needs
Salem.
we're being asked
Okay.
for.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to move on to other topics. Next, Member Bailey?
Thank you. Just, is this on? Yeah, it is on. Just to help me understand, Kelly or Steve, there's a number of terms floating around here I just want some clarity on. One is working capital, contingency funds, ending fund balance, and this PERS reserve. How are those the same or different? Because in various conversations, somebody talks about a contingency, somebody talks about ending fund balance, somebody talks about reserve for PERS. Now, how are those the same or different?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. So working capital and fund balance would be considered the same thing. The PERS reserve, and I suppose, to avoid using air quotes about the PERS reserve, it's monies basically that we have indicated are in our working capital in the general fund or fund balance that would have otherwise been spent if the PERS rates if we had not experienced the legislated rate relief. So it's all part of working capital or fund balance. Contingencies are something else altogether. That is a budget appropriation. And so just like personal services is a budget appropriation, materials and services is a budget appropriation, contingencies is also a budget appropriation. And what I always say is your contingency amount is only as good as your revenue. In other words, you have that contingency available to use if you've got the revenue to back it up. We can't spend from contingencies, so if we have to use contingencies during the course of the year, it's for something that was unexpected, we'll come back to the council and we'll ask to transfer that appropriation authority from contingencies to one of the operating categories like personal services, materials and services, or capital outlay.
Member Bailey?
Quick follow-up. So on the contingencies then, that's guided by council policy. There was a number of policies such and such that.
It's actually the working capital or fund balance that is guided by council policy, and that's 15% of new revenues is the council policy for the general fund.
So it sounds as if the PERS reserve, air quotes, is buried within the beginning fund or ending fund balance. It's not actually a line item someplace. Should it be? I mean, because otherwise you start, if the PERS hit is coming, why not make that a dedicated piece?
And you are correct in that it is part of fund balance working capital. It is not currently separated and designated separately.
Yeah.
Member Bennett?
Kelly, on the contingency, I'm just thinking about how to proceed on a couple of these. So the Parks Department has a contingency fund. Is it like?
No, it does not.
It does not.
No, it does not. It is in the general fund. It's a general fund department, and the only place where there's a contingency in the general fund that's appropriated in your book is in the non-departmental section of general fund.
Okay.
Individual departments do not have a contingency.
They always save money.
Okay, where did they get this extra money at the end? How does money get swept up from? Is this the 3%? You'll save 3%
Yes, sir.
savings?
Yes, sir. Which is, that practice has ceased with this budget.
Okay.
We're estimating estimating a 1% unspent, if you will, savings from the operating year.
So during the year then, for the city council, is that 1% available for other programs? How is that available?
It's actually, if there is a need for other programs, for appropriations for other programs, the logical place during the course of a fiscal year for the council to go would be contingencies. Because that 1% savings, especially with how we have created the budget this year with no mandated savings amount, within very lean budget targets for departments, we're assuming that 1%, and we're calling it sort of organic savings, naturally occurring kind of savings, and it's just an estimate at this point. We don't know if it's achievable at this point for departments to actually deliver that 1% savings. It is an estimate that we have, and it's based on history, certainly, but if you're looking to access funds during the course of the year, the appropriate place to go would be from contingencies.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And just, if I may, please, if I can indulge the committee, the misunderstanding relative to the information that you were provided regarding West Salem Library, that's my responsibility. That's not Administrator Sol's responsibility.
Thank you.
All right, Member McCoy?
So, back to the contingency. So when it was when we had, as Councilor Bennett referred to, the 3% sort of built in or whatever, was that
budgeted, or was that sort of an organic thing that came out at the end of the year?
Certainly organic and also somewhat mandated, I would say, because as we forecast in previous years, we would anticipate a certain level of savings, and we would ask departments to deliver on that level of savings. And it was just a matter of being able to build working capital so that we could be, healthy and solvent for the next year.
That was a management decision that was
That's
made
correct.
by my predecessor to help the organization get through the recession, get through the time period of reductions and layoffs, and now that we have an improving fiscal condition, and per the direction of council, that forced savings has ended. And the 1% is really just basing our forecast on what the organization has historically delivered. For an organization in the general fund, for example, is over $100 million. 1% is actually pretty tight and pretty lean for underspending their expenditure appropriation or coming in over on revenues.
All right, Member Bednarz?
So, Kelly, don't disappear.
I just thought that the city manager did such a great job with that question. I was ready to just be done.
No, I'm taking a second to try to find within here. So if it's non-departmental, it's under contingencies, and we have an amount of $3 million at this point.
That is correct.
And that's the only place that we really have any place to move on, is what I'm hearing.
That is correct.
Within the general fund.
It's in the general
Yes.
fund.
Most funds have a contingency. Some funds are fully appropriated without a contingency, but most funds do have one.
But what I'm trying to get to is the limit to which, if you tapped 100% of the contingency, which is not wise, but if you did, you're limited to the $3 million.
That is correct.
Okay.
Member Nankin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for City Manager Powers. And if someone were to spend contingency in your budgeting for the following year, you would actually replenish the equivalent contingency, which would take away from working capital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And in looking at the long-term forecast as well, even with additional potential property tax revenue, the end of next year, we hit the 15%. And anything past that, you would continue to budget per council policy at 15%, and that would be reductions in services or staff, correct?
Certainly would be a discussion I would have
Or
with...
additional revenue somehow.
Well, no, a discussion I would have with the council's finance committee, which is the genesis of that fund balance policy. Certainly, I think that would be an example of the type of discussion that should occur with the budget committee early in the process in November, December, for that guidance regarding that very difficult trade-off of trying to maintain the city's financial sustainability, not impact our bond rating, not have to resort to short-term borrowing between funds to make payroll. And I'm exaggerating, but that could be where we ended up, and continuing to try to meet today's needs and continue to provide services that the community needs and expects.
And as a follow-up, you've talked about long-term budgeting and smart, how we go forward from here, and I know this is your first budget as well. Do you have, and council really hasn't talked about it any, we're going to have a couple new bodies sitting here as well that will be identified here next week. As far as redoing goals and direction, have you thought about that as far as getting input from what will be a new council early, so that as you go into budgeting, you'll have some good direction on where the council will want to see? You know, we talk about fire services and what have you. A lot of that's council goals and the desire of council. You weren't here as we sat through the last one, and came in right as budgeting was starting. So just as far as where we may go.
Yes, I have, and the goal-driven approach is part of that plan that I would like to have the organization, have council consider and pursue for, if not for fiscal year 17-18, certainly for implementation in fiscal year 18-19.
So
it may take some time to
Correct.
fully implement a goal-driven, priority-based approach.
Do you see that kind of stepping in between the next two budgets?
Yes.
Then as well?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. Mr. Powers, I'm just curious, if you've had a chance to do this yet, look at the wish list and analyze it against that council goal as to whether or not it takes the council too far. Is that the number?
Yeah. Yes, as was, yes, by year 3, we're below.
Yeah, and with additional.
Well, so it's not this.
No.
We would not be violating the council goal. It could be year 3, depending on a whole bunch of factors, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, because again, and I don't mean to belabor this, but we've lived year 5 for so many years now that, and I understand the strategy of move it closer, but I also understand, that has become part of the, for me, one of the problems in terms of budgeting to the extent we can reasonably and be prudent. When does prudence and something else take over in terms of meeting service obligations? And when we have our fire services, whether it's the firefighters or the chief tell us we've got a critical situation, we're looking at something that is beyond what we've normally experienced coming into the budget cycle this time.
All right, Member Peterson?
Thank you very much. I just would like a point of clarification and understanding related to what Councilor Nanke was just discussing with regard to the goals, the council goals, and looking ahead in budgeting. Could you please repeat what you were asking the city manager if he was doing in this year's budgeting and now in the consideration of the wish list, et cetera? Because I want to be sure I heard what you said.
Sure. And more so it was for going forward and what the next budgets will look like, because Manager Powers came in right as the budget was starting to be prepared, didn't really have a big chance, I don't think, to really digest our goals and then try to incorporate that into the budget, knowing that, public safety is very high on our list as well. But seeing what we have in front of us and then kind of how we're going to be progressing forward, it was more in that vein rather than for current year budget.
Oh, I see. All right. Because I just want to be very clear that this budget, the 16-17 budget, will be determined by the council goals that exist by the council that's in front of us right now.
Well, it was
and the
developed
council
to some
goals
extent
that will exist for this council exist until December 31.
That's right. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I just
And
wanted
it really wasn't
to
based
clarify
on-
that.
Yeah, because, they put the budget together, should have been based with other staffs who knew very well what our goals were, giving direction to the
Right.
city manager as well.
Right, and even going forward as we begin the process in October and November of this year, it's this council and this council's goals that are going to drive that budget.
And there may be
Okay.
additional revenues that we see come through as, property tax estimates and what have you come out, and we'll deal with those
Right, good.
as appropriate.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Member Anderson?
Thank you. Following up with Manager Powers, I'm looking at the documents that were in, I think, 5B. I'll show you these sideways ones. No pun intended. So the one that I see that says re-estimate a 5-year forecast based on proposed budget. Under that scenario, fiscal year 1920 is where we drop below the 15% policy. Correct?
Excuse me, Budget Officer, do we have this slide?
Yeah.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Let everyone see it.
Yeah, that would be just slightly out.
Yeah. Thank you. So under that slide, which is if we just adopted the proposed budget, we're a little bit under in 1819, but we're way under in 1920.
Yes.
And that's assuming that the source of revenue and the expenditures are going to be constant throughout. Then if you could go to the next one, Kelly, please. So this is with what, if everything that was in the wish list were put in, we're under 17, 18, and then we get worse as things go. And once again, that's assuming that revenue stream is the same and expenditures are basically the same.
There are adjustments made, factors of what we know,
right,
that carry through the 5-year forecast.
Okay. Then the next one is, well, you're ahead of me there, Kelly. The next one is assuming that the first italicized line there in the middle, that's an estimate that we're going to be getting more property tax revenue than would be, has been figured in all the other ones we've been talking about.
This was staff's attempt to be responsive to the question, to the concern.
Sure,
are we
sure.
being overly conservative on revenues? Unfortunately, for purposes of tonight, we can't deliver any good news because the revenue estimates that are shown on this chart are really unrealistic. They're based upon some property tax revenue growth that would be historic and really higher than.
Yeah, and you discussed that in the body of your memo.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is, in your view, optimistic, if not wildly optimistic.
Wildly.
Okay. So maybe I should say wildly, if not extremely optimistic.
It also shows that the other point of this, I'm sorry to interrupt, was to show the challenge of our future, even under a very, very wildly optimistic revenue scenario.
Okay. And then the working capital per policy at the bottom, is that the 15% figure that we would be looking for?
Yes.
And then the ending working capital, is that factored in with the addition, the wildly optimistic additional property revenue?
Yes.
Okay. So now that I understand that, I guess my question is, and this is my second go-around at this particular rodeo, and I haven't been here long enough to see everything. Yeah. But my my guess is that if we were to look at something 5 years ago, it might show that we're falling off the cliff 3 years from now, and we're falling off the cliff 4 years from now, and we're down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon 5 years out. Has that been the case historically? And maybe Kelly could answer that. I guess my point is, back to a discussion we had earlier, are we really driving over the cliff like Thelma and Louise, or are we just driving alongside the cliff?
Well, there are a number of ways to respond to that. And
I thought there might be.
And I will tell you that given prior forecasts, a response to those prior forecasts in fiscal year 12-13 was to close 2 fire stations and to eliminate almost 50 positions in the general fund. And that alone, I would conservatively estimate, was a $4 million savings, and it moved the cliff.
Okay.
I think
I guess my last follow-up then is, under that scenario, if we went with the full wish list, under the figures we have, we're moving closer to the cliff.
I would agree with your statement.
Member Nanki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just before those items on the PowerPoint, we have the general working fund capital 10-year history, which essentially shows us why that cliff keeps moving out, in addition to closing the fire stations as well. And if you went back in time, a couple more to the left on that screen, we had a $6 million reduction as well. And if you're kind of looking at the numbers that we get as far as per employee, $1 million is a head count of 10 at around 100,000 each. So as we look down the line, if we need to make $6 million up 3 years from now, that could potentially be 50 to 60 employees or programs. we don't have that many bodies anymore. I mean, we cut severely, and hence the reason why everybody is starting to look towards the legislature to fix this train wreck that's been coming at us, and we just happen to be kind of the leader. I was listening on the way over here. The first lemming over the cliff is the leader, which I just thought was hilarious. But because of our property tax situation and the amount of properties that's not on our tax rolls, we will be out at the front edge of all that as far as community. I don't necessarily want to be that leader.
Member McCoy.
A couple things to Mayor Peterson's question. I look forward to, and it's my understanding in our discussions, certainly Mr. Powers' philosophy to a different approach to the budget than we've had in the last few years. It was true, we set policies, then we sat by and staff just sort of decided what we were going to pursue and where the monies were going to go. And then this group got together and went through our process and approved a budget. I would hope, and it's my assumption moving forward, there's going to be discussions with the council at the start of the budget process on what the priorities are and where we want to focus our efforts and those kinds of things. Certainly there's ongoing things, but the council has a say-so and saying, here's where we want to focus this year if we got an issue or a problem, and how are we going to get there. And then the discussion becomes, okay, here's what you asked, here's what it looks like, what do you think? And then this whole body then has a discussion leading up to the development of the budget, rather than sort of it arrives here 3/4 cooked and we try to tinker with it at the end. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the only comment I would add to that is it could very well start even before our traditional budget calendar.
Yeah, great. A follow-up.
Yep.
And I would say, secondly, Councilor Nanke really did a good job in saying, here's our dilemma. We're out of money. Local government in the state is starving to death, and they're starving to death because we've got frozen property tax rates, and we've got an ever-escalating cost of both our materials as well as employees because of PERS and because of escalating rates and because dealing with inflation, all the things you've got to do. And we are to a point where things have to be done differently, and I've been a proponent, and I know there's money in the budget. We need to communicate with our citizens much more clearly on what the heck's going on here, because for the last 20 years or 25 years in the state, both at the state level and the local level, government has done extraordinary things with shrinking revenues to make things operate and work like they always have. The result is, for the average citizen that doesn't pay attention till something doesn't work, everything's working. Things are fine. There's no problem here. Everything's great. It's the people working with the budget and trying to make this work that understand that, but we haven't told the general citizenry that. And if you told them right now, after all what's going on, they're not going to probably buy into it unless we communicate on an ongoing, regular, clear basis. Here's the issues, here's where we are, here's what we're going to need, or here's what's going to happen. And so I really advocate, as we move through here, that communication thing's a key thing. We need to be more in touch with the people we represent if we're going to be able to explain what's going on and what we need to do to get where we are, because clearly we need more revenue. We need more revenue to fix things.
Member Bednarz?
I'm trying to understand, I'm going to go down this road a little bit. How much of these numbers, and I think I need Kelly back up above. Steve, in your prose in the second paragraph under facts and findings, you mentioned that with and without PERS, with is without is 16.63, with is 23.33. It's a difference of $6.88 million that we have. I would propose that we have spendable reserves and we have reserved reserves, or non-spendable, or I presume that in this whole thing we could make the choice of spending those reserves that we have set aside for PERS. I mean, is that what other communities have done that by mistake, or?
Well, I believe the PERS portion of the reserve is inflating the perception of the city's fund balance.
That's exactly my
And-
point, though,
and-
is that I would like to see it separated out when we're talking about these things. If it's not spendable, it's reserved or excluded or something that really shouldn't be there because it skews the picture to us and to the community out there at large that says, oh, you've got, every year your reserves are going up higher and higher.
And we are confident that we're going to have to spend the PERS portion, that the increases will come.
And the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and you have it on this graph here, that's the $2.1 million per year. It looks like it increases. Is that fairly consistent? Can I do the math on that every year?
Well, it's only for 4 years, Counselor, where we are experiencing that rate relief. For the first 2 years, we calculated it at $2.1 million per year. The 15-16 year, because it's not complete yet, is not on this chart. We're estimating about $2.6 million for that year. For the current fiscal year that we're in, we're estimating that $2.6 million of the ending working capital, ending fund balance, will be from PERS reserve. So rates that we budgeted being charged at a lower rate. So our rates were up here, the rate we're being charged is down here. So that's what bills that PERS reserve, as we call it.
So
now in 16-17, which is the last year of the legislative relief, we did not create a reserve. We just simply budgeted at the rates that the PERS board informed us we needed to budget at, because well, actually we did for 15-16, it's just simply the charge rate, the PERS charge rate. There was no point in maintaining the reserve because we knew the outcome of the lawsuit.
I get it. So if you can flip to the first general fund, December 15th, it's the matrix. Yes, it's that one right there. I did a little simple math in between. We're looking at between this coming fiscal year and the next is 6%. Then it's between the next few years, 2 years, it's 3%, then 6%, then 3%. I know I've noted this one before, and I've asked this question before. Why is that?
Because the PERS rate increases occur every 2 years. And so that spike you see is a new PERS rate. And then the next year, it would be the same charge rate, so the increase in cost is more relative to things like market adjustments, health benefits, and that sort of thing, because the PERS rate remains the same for 2 years.
Okay, I think I'm understanding. Thanks.
All right, Member Bennett.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I want to understand, again, how you're accounting for the PERS rate. Can you go back to the PERS rate, your bar chart?
You bet.
Yeah. So you're saying 2.1 million PERS reserve each year is what? Where is that money?
It is in the working capital or the fund balance. And so what
Is the suggestion, though, in these other charts that is going to be spent right away? Is that what you're assuming?
Yes.
That you will immediately have a rate adjustment that eats up 4 years of savings?
It will not eat up 4 years of savings. It would probably eat up, just as an estimate, it would eat up 2 years of savings. The rate adjustment in 17-18.
With no collar, you've looked at the collars, you've looked at your side accounts, you've got this pretty well figured out.
Yes.
I'd really like to see it. I really would. I want to understand it better.
Would you like to see it
Not that I'm not suggesting you're wrong. I just want to look at it closely and understand it for next budget cycle.
Oh, all right,
we'll
because
go
we were
through
ready
this
with
again.
slides tonight.
You know which slide is missing here, though? The one that bothers me in this whole discussion is I'd like to see the slide again of our city's safety situation in terms of fire and life services, because talking about 43 positions eliminated, 46 positions eliminated, yep, we did it. And now we're reaping the whirlwind for that decision, and we're going to have to respond to that. If we have taken these kinds of actions, we did them at a point where we were told we can close these stations and we'll be okay, the call volumes are such that we can do it. But we're now being shown maps, which are not being shown to us again tonight, which I think they really ought to be, that show us that people are potentially endangered by decisions we made, fiscal decisions we made a number of years ago. And I don't disagree. We had to make some decisions, very tough decisions, but it's starting to come home to roost. And the question for me is, when do we start to address those safety issues that are now occurring in the fire and emergency care services? We're starting to address it in the police services, where we pulled officers off the downtown, and we're reaping the impact of that. So some of this is just we've got a problem that is coming forward at us in terms of service, and I'm concerned that we not walk away from that service problem out of fear over 5 years or 4 years from now. And I'm still, it bothers me that we're not, that we don't see that part of the question right now.
All right, Member Bailey.
Along that line, I'm wondering whether or not for this year's goals, the council has a goal that addresses the level of fire service. And what is that?
Yeah, it's response times.
No, just for.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, well, actually, I think that the fire chief has a presentation this evening, does he not?
Well, what I'm wondering is, or I guess what I'm bothered by is several sessions ago, the chief's presentation made the hair on the back of all of our necks stand up with the very graphic that Member Bennett's talking about, the response times and the sort of the growing red areas. And yet, I am very uncomfortable that in 3 weeks' time, this budget committee is being asked to start to solve that problem. I don't really believe this is the venue to solve the problem. We can throw some money at it, but I'm not comfortable if that's the right response at this time. And I'm wondering that, is there a council goal and strategy for rebuilding this service that should have been incorporated in this year's budget and certainly must be incorporated in next year's budget, so that I'm, as a layperson, not sitting here saying, yeah, let's put it 1.7 million or 2.3 or whatever number somebody comes up with, let's put that in the budget on 3 weeks' notice. I just don't think that's the way to run a railroad. And in some respects, that's what's driving the discussion and the angst tonight, I think, about the wish list. If that were not on the table and we're talking about bocce courts, uneven sidewalks, invasive species, and an emergency generator or whatever, that's really small stuff. That's under $300,000. We could probably deal with that. But if we're talking $3 million and looking how that rolls forward in time and the impact on the budget, that's a whole different thing. So as a budget committee member, I'll vote, I guess, how I need to tonight. But I really urge the council to step out with the community and figure this out on a strategic basis with other partners in the region. And I do that based on a bit of personal experience, having seen what happened in my former life in Oregon City and watching what happened, the benefits to the city when it merged with Clackamas Rural Fire District, and the benefits to both the city and the fire district in terms of service and positive impact on the city budget. There's a number of options out there, and I really encourage you on the council and your successors to get with that. If that's making the hair on the back of all of our necks stand up straight, it ought to make the community too. And I think that that's a high priority for you in the coming year.
Member Peterson?
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak to the issue regarding the fire station and the closing of the fire station and where we are since then. Regularly, I know I have, and I believe other councilors as well, have turned to the city administration and said, and to the fire chief, how are we doing? And the answer that I've always heard back is, we're doing okay. We're meeting response times. We're doing okay. We have to adjust. It's not easy, but we're doing fine. We're making things work. Not until 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when the chief presented his budget, did we really hear the discussion about the increase in the calls, not just in Northeast Salem, but the increase in calls generally. And I think that's a result of the population certainly increasing. And we just, as a council, had been reassured that we were holding our own. If we made an error, it was probably in not deciding when we made the cuts to say, let's put in place a plan for what we will do when funding is restored, or when the need arises to a certain level and kind of pulls the trigger, and then we would do something. So I'll take the onus of that to say we should have thought about that. Because this is different from trimming plants in parks. This is truly, public safety is our #1 priority in this city. So I'm sharing your feeling about not just making a decision as a budget committee, telling the police chief and the city manager, all right, we want the fire station reopened and we want so many trucks and we want so many officers. That is not our job here. And I think if we have any role at all at this point, it's to listen to the data and to say back to the city manager and the fire chief, bring us a plan. Show us how you're going to change this dial, how you're going to bring down the response time, how you're going to deal this, and tell us what that would cost. Tonight, what we have in front of us is just simply a dollar amount and maybe some ideas. And we haven't heard from the fire chief yet, and I'm hoping we do, because I know that he's got valuable information for us to guide us in any kind of a decision that we'll make tonight with regard to the fire protection and emergency medical services.
Chief, could you respond to that? I know everyone appears to want to hear from you.
And if I may, before the chief speaks, I want to put some additional context on the map and the measure. My understanding is the city has never met the 85th percentile. The best we did was 75%. Before the private ambulance was in place, we were down near 50%. So while I think the chief was correct, we were correct in sharing with you what we see as a potentially happening given the population growth and the projections that the chief shared with you. I did want to put this this map and this discussion in that context. So thank you.
Can I interrupt for a second? That map needs to show the entire city.
We can't get it on the screen.
It needs to show the entire city.
I can scroll down
so let's either shrink it down, or because when it only shows one part of town, it's not an accurate map. And I don't want anyone looking at that and thinking, oh, that's where the problem is. So
we may need a minute or two.
We'll see if we can get that shrunk down.
Okay. All right, Member Dickey.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to make a comment that we saw this map last year. This map, when this map was shown last year, I know I was quite surprised by it. So this is not a new thing for this body. This is a map we saw last year. At that time, a year ago, I was surprised that there had been no plan in place to address these numbers. That's why I made that motion a few weeks ago. That's why I brought this forward, because I thought there had been something in place to, do something to move that needle to address these numbers. So, so we've had an entire year with this map. Clearly, we've had 4 years with the issue. And I would also point out that unlike some things, like a neighborhood library that citizens are going to come down and talk to us about, or an issue in a park that it's very visible, this isn't something that comes out unless you have the problem and you don't get the response. So this is not something that is, we can communicate it, to our constituents, we can communicate it maybe to our neighborhood associations, but this isn't the kind of thing that your neighbors are going to know about until they call for service and it doesn't show up. So, I feel like we have a responsibility to think about how are we going to address this issue.
Chief. Chief.
Thank you. So just to address what City Manager Powers addressed there, we try to communicate the service level we're delivering, and the council goal, the general goal is to provide effective and efficient police and fire and emergency services, and so that's what we attempt to do with the resources we have. And as far as meeting our response standard, the council policy is our arrival in 5.5 minutes at the 85th percentile, and that's what this map indicates to priority 1 emergencies. And so when we say we're meeting the standard, last year we met that standard at 73%. We're not meeting the council's goal of 85% of the time. So we're below what you want us to do from policy direction as the council. So that's the first thing I would say. We constantly are looking at alternative methods, ways that we can better serve the public given our economic situation. And since 2012, it's been difficult for all departments. We've all had to make cuts. So we are, as I said in my presentations, we're at a crossroads here. We're treading water. We're doing the best we can, but we're seeing some pretty significant call volume increases in the last couple of years. We just pulled the numbers for last month, and April over April, we're up 17% from last year. We're on track. 2 weeks ago, I told you we were on track to be over 2,000 more calls next year. We're on track now to hit nearly 2,500 based on the increases in April, if we continue that the rest of the year. So that's certainly a challenge for us, and we're always looking at alternative methods that we can implement. We have done a lot of things since 2007. Priority dispatch is one of those. We're creative with how we deploy, where we deploy. But the truth of the matter is we have a fairly good system. When we look across the country, we look at other organizations that are trying to still provide ambulance transport, and they're asking us about our system because our system works well. And that doesn't mean there isn't improvements we can still make, but we're running low on the big changes that we can make. We're gaining 1% here, 1% there. We're really to the point where we're, like I presented, we need resources to be able to provide the coverage. And so that's where we're at right now. There's certain areas of town that are not covered right now, as well as others, and that's why you see the colored squares there that are the 8 and 8.5 minute responses. And I live in a yellow square where I live in West Salem, so my neighbors aren't real happy with the fact that I closed Station 11 down. But it was a tough decision we had to make, and it was the right choice to make. But we're at the point now where we'll continue to do the best we can with the resources we have, and moving forward, we're going to have to identify additional resources to be able to serve the community.
Member Lewis?
Thanks, Chief. A couple of things real quick off the top of my head. One, if you, as a practical matter, if you were reaching the council goals, then the council would probably up the goals. It's just the way life is.
Can I comment on that just really quickly? Internally, and as a fire chief, our target internally is 90% of the time. 85 is not good enough, but we're so far from 85 right now. 90 is where, in my mind, I'd like to see us in 10 years.
Yeah. What I get in hearing all this is the issue is real and the time is now. What I'm not so sure about is, and we can't do everything that we want. So those are the facts. As a practical matter, what kind of Band-Aid or what kind of tool could we do to help us limp along? Because that's the situation we're in. And my specific question is the emergency vehicles, the ambulances. It's my understanding that the fire department controls where they sit and wait. There are 2 additional ambulances since the switchover. As far as reaching I know in West Salem and South Salem, again, it's not as much a fire issue, it's anybody can have a heart attack. And so my common sense says, okay, then let's up the ambulances so we can at least have a vehicle and work on reducing the times, rather than what would be the desired traditional approach.
So let me clarify a couple of things. The Salem Fire Department is the EMS provider for the community. We hold the contract with the county for the ambulance service area, which encompasses 113 square miles. Salem proper, Salem suburban, and areas clear out to Spring Valley. So we hold the license for that. We're the provider. Having said that, the fire department is the first responder and stops the clock. We do use ambulance resources to stop the clock for us because that's a smart way to use the system. But the ambulance's core mission in the system, in our system, is to transport patients to the hospital. And if, for example, when we go to a cardiac arrest and that ambulance picks up that patient and goes to the hospital, they're out of service for an hour. That fire engine is back in service much shorter time period, 25, 30 minutes. They can take another call while that ambulance is still at the hospital. When we added the 2 additional ambulances to the system last year in a 6-month period, we saw a 0.3% increase in our call, stopping the clock, basically in our call volume, our ability to meet the response time percentage. I estimate if we add a 24-hour engine back to the system, we would see a 10% increase in District 8 or Ward 5's area, and a 3.5% increase citywide. So a 12-hour ambulance is going to cost you $375,000 a year. 24-hour ambulance is going to cost you $750,000, and 2 additional ambulances is going to cost you $1.5 million. And 2 additional ambulances is going to get you about 0.6% increase in your call volume percentage versus 3.5% that a fire engine is going to get you for about the same cost. And so my professional opinion is there is some value and there is some reality that ambulances do help stop the clock, but that's not their primary mission in the system. Their primary mission is to transport patients. So they do help us, but 60% of the time the fire truck's there first providing the care. You get more bang for your dollar for the same dollar.
All right. Member Anderson?
Thank you. Chief, could you repeat the numbers again about 24 hours? You said it would 10%. Would that be 10% not going from 70? I'm not sure what that means. You're not going 10% from 73 to 83. You're going 10% within that.
Improvement in Ward 5's district in their response times, and a 3.5% citywide. An extra fire engine gives us depth of coverage.
Sure.
It helps us with training. It helps us with a lot of things versus an ambulance that's moving in the system.
Okay. Then I gather from that, and you explained this last time you were here, but say an increase in the north end and opening a fire station for whatever hours, that has a rebound effect because you no longer have to send trucks from other stations up to 8.
That's correct.
So theoretically, just doing something in the northeast would actually help some of the numbers down in the southeast and south.
Absolutely. If you look back at the 2011 map, for example, when Station 8 was in service 24 hours a day, you'll notice that a lot of the yellow squares that are in Ward 6, a lot of the yellow squares that are in the bottom of Ward 5, they are light green or green. There was fewer red squares farther north. There was still some red and orange up there. That's a tough place to get to. But with the engine out of service, Engine 3 is now having to run all those calls and as well as the calls in their district.
And then getting back to the 10%, another way to look at it is if it increased it by 10% in the Station 8 area, there would be 10% less red squares up there.
That I don't know if that's statistically accurate or not.
But that, yeah. So I guess my question is, one of the suggestions in the staff report was looking at opening for 40 hours, and you gave a figure, and I think there was a higher end figure of that too, and I'm not sure it was the range, but those 40 hours, they would be peak hours, and I presume you have the statistics to say that out of 168 hours in the week, here are the 40 hours that are by far the worst.
Yeah.
And so, you know, this 40 hours that's not 1/4 of the calls. It might be 40% of the calls.
It's 25% of a full resource when you talk about 168 hours in a week. So it's a quarter. So you look at about a quarter of the improvement in response time
overall.
Yeah, but you lose the depth of coverage at night.
Sure.
The other 128 hours that you're not staffed, it's like it's not there.
Yeah.
We look at the peak call volumes. 5 o'clock in the afternoon is our busiest time, and then we look at different days.
So if you were to go to some reduced figure from the 168, you would definitely be staffing it around the time when you historically have peak calls. So
probably Tuesday through Saturday.
Sure.
Our days we would
8 hours a day, Tuesday through Saturday.
Probably 10 hours a day.
Okay, 10 hours for the 4. Okay.
8 to 6.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Member Bednarz?
So I think my question was just asked. I was going to say, by opening Station 8, how is it going to affect basically the south end of Salem. And I think that's what you just asked, Member Anderson. Yes,
Yeah,
and the other...
citywide.
Huh?
Citywide. It's an impact citywide. So if we're meeting the response time center 73% of the time now, we can expect to be at 76.5 citywide. So that's an improvement for everybody in the city.
So I don't have much more to say other than I wish on the map it showed Station 11 and Station 8. I didn't see them up there when we hit.
Station 8 is in the white square at the top, the amoeba at the top, and Station 11 is about where the 8 is in Ward 8, the yellow square in the middle of the map, a little bit north of that.
All right, Member McQuaid?
Chief, so when you're talking your increase in percentages, you're talking citywide increases? I mean, you said there's a 10% increase.
In Ward 5, where
In
Station
Ward
8 would
5.
be, that would be a
Okay.
10% increase to the people in that ward, improvement in their response time. Citywide, 3.5%.
Okay, so I'm a math nerd, so if I'm thinking that 10% increase, is that really gonna get rid of any of the red?
Yeah.
Well, if you're over 8 minutes and the goal's 5.5, right? So if you're over 8 minutes, that's 480 seconds, so that's 48 seconds. So if you get that down, you end up at 7 to 8 minutes. So you go from red to brown, I guess, but it's not gonna clear that up where you got
It's
a lot
not going to turn them all green. It's not going to turn them all green. You're
or
right.
even yellow.
That's
I mean,
right. It's incremental changes, absolutely.
Incremental. So I guess my concern again as a representative of Ward 4 is it's not only, because if you look at the central Salem, it's green. When you look on the ends, it's brown and red. And so it's not only the lack of the engines, it's also the way the calls are handled and multiple calls and everything else. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, then the people on the extremities are the ones that end up with less service.
We take the calls as they come in, and so if at the fire station in your ward is the last available engine in the service and their call is downtown, they go to that call. They go to that heart attack call. The same can be said if engine 9 in your ward is at a heart attack in that ward, and another call comes in, engine 7 from that ward comes to that ward to handle that call.
But I guess the proof's a little bit in the pudding. When I look at the map, the core is still doing great, and north and south are not. And so, as a representative of Ward 4, I guess I'm for funding another station, don't get me wrong, but I'm also think there's more to this than that, and we got to look at the process and how, I guess, the assets are being utilized to get rid of that red on the north and the south, because it's clearly not just the number of it's the way the utilization of them, and it's not okay to have that discrepancy, in my opinion. It's not.
That will always be our challenge when you get to the edge of your jurisdiction. Your concentration, 60% of our calls are in the core downtown area. We have try to locate our stations so they have a 4-minute drive time to any place in their jurisdiction. Ward 4 is, as you can see, is a wide, narrow, and the travel routes down there can be challenging. For them to even get to the other side of the ward in 4 minutes is
That's great, but when you tell me
impossible.
if it's less than 5.5, it's a life-saving deal,
Right.
and we got 2/3 of my ward at 7 or 8, that's great, but I'm not want to go tell my constituents, hey, you better move to Central Salem if you want to feel safe. If you're over 60, move to Central Salem, but, so, I'm not beating you up, I get that, it's a dynamic thing, but I still think, whether we fund this or not, I think we need to start looking at new and innovative ways to deliver this service rather than depending on fully staffed fire stations. I think there's got to be an adjunct and some other approaches
Right.
that maybe are less costly that need to be done too, long term.
Member Peterson?
Thank you. Well, I certainly do agree with what Councilor McCoy just said, and that is that we need to look at other models, and we need to look at the way firefighting services and EMT services are being provided across the nation. And I think until we can do that, I don't think that we're really going to be moving our fire department and our EMS services to make a real change in this community. Okay, that being said, there are a couple things I wanted to go back over that you mentioned. One is that, could you please again describe how the ambulance service responds and what rules and regulations or prescribed behavior they operate under, and tell us who sets those rules and regulations and procedures?
So the ambulances in the system are really for transporting patients, and that's
Okay.
what their contract with us is to transport patients.
And who makes that decision that they're going to transport patients rather than treat the patients?
They also treat the patients. They do
Okay.
treat patients. We also have the option, as the provider of the ASA with critical patients, we have the option of going into the ambulance with them and continuing care of that critical patient. We have that option as well.
Sure.
So as the provider, it's our responsibility to make sure patient care is what it needs to be, and we're delivering the best service we can. We control their deployment. So we use a computer modeling system to best place.
Chief, you might want to describe who is we.
The City of Salem. The City of Salem owns we bid for and own the ambulance service area contract. So we're the provider of record, and so we subcontract with Falk Ambulance to provide transport services. We also use them, because it would be silly not to use them, to help stop the clock. They're a resource in the system, and if a paramedic arrives on scene, they stop the clock. And so we help them and they help us. So it's a mutually beneficial thing. They don't fight fire. They don't do any of the dual role capabilities that a fire engine can do. So they respond to the medical calls. They do come to fires to provide medical treatment if it's necessary, but they don't put air packs on and go and fight fire. So they're really a single role organization in the process, or in the way the system is set up. And their focus really is to be able to get to the scene, transport the patient to the hospital, and then have resources available so they can go to the next transport. We have a few backup ambulances that we provide. I would tell you that we have the right number of ambulances in the system, because we very rarely have to take an engine out of service and get on an ambulance to transport a patient, because they have the right number and they're able to handle all the transports for us every day.
Okay.
So they work under our contract. We supervise them. We work together. We do have control of their posting locations and those types of things. And we have a person who supervises their contract, any issues that come up.
Okay. And you mentioned that when the fire truck takes an individual to the emergency at the hospital, I assume we're talking about Salem Hospital?
Yeah, the fire truck doesn't take the person,
No,
but
but
our
when the
paramedic.
fire truck goes with, because maybe they
Right.
need that extra care.
Yes.
Then the fire truck can get it back out. Okay.
Quicker.
Why does the ambulance need to be there for 30 minutes?
Well, the average out-of-service time for an ambulance for a patient transport is 55 minutes. That's just the average time. So there's a lot of factors that come into play with that. You get to the hospital and there's no beds available. You can't just dump the patient in the hallway. You have to stay with the patient
I
until
understand
the
that.
bed's available for them. So we have that issue. We work very closely with the hospital. They're doing a good job of trying to make sure there's beds available. They're the busiest ER between Seattle and San Francisco, so they're very busy. That's an issue. Decontamination. If you have a patient that has, soiled the inside of the ambulance, you need to decontaminate that ambulance before you transport another patient. They do
Sure.
their reports. So there's just a period of time, and they build that into their system when they bid how many ambulances they need to provide the service here to meet the standards that we set for them. And they're meeting our standards 98% of the time. There are times when we are almost out of ambulances because we're stacked up at the hospital, and their supervisors go down there and try to speed things along in those cases. But it's a dynamic system. So those are the kind of things: restocking medications, transferring patients to the hospital bed. They give a report to the nurse or the doctor when they're there to transfer care. If it's a cardiac patient, they've got 12 leads they need to exchange with the hospital. So just like there's a transfer of care between us and them, there's a transfer of care between the ambulance company and the medical provider at the hospital.
Okay. And my last question is, so we contract with the ambulance service. The ambulance the people who work on the ambulances, the EMTs, is that the right?
EMTs and paramedics.
And
There's-
EMTs and paramedics. Are they City of Salem employees?
No, ma'am. They are Falk ambulance employees.
So we don't need to provide benefits like health insurance and PERS and
Nope.
vacation
Nope.
and Kelly days and all of those things.
Nope.
We simply pay a flat fee. And if we don't need them, we don't have to have them. If something happened and demographics changed and we only needed 7 ambulances, we would say to Falk, we're going to contract with you for 7 ambulances. Or I'm just using a
Right.
hypothetical number.
It's really based on, I mean, they're in the business to make money. And
Sure,
so if
sure.
they had 10 ambulances in our system, they use what they call unit hour utilization.
Mhm.
So each ambulance, if they get to a 0.5 utilization, which meaning in a 12-hour shift, they're running calls 6 hours of that time, they're tied up.
Mhm.
They need to think about adding ambulances to the system because they're too busy and they can't provide the care they need to. If
Mhm.
they were the opposite, if they were a lot lower, and the
Mhm.
system, that we lost a bunch of calls, and this, you can bet that they would be coming to the city and saying, hey, we told you we'd have 10 ambulances at peak, but we're losing money. We need to reduce our number of ambulances. And so
Right,
at the
so when-
5-year mark, we do a renegotiation of the contract.
Right.
It's a 10-year contract. So sometimes we make changes like that. The last provider, we made a change at the 5-year mark where we were, the fire department was forcing 3 calls a day to generate revenue, and we were taking engines out of service to do it. And we asked for a larger remuneration from them, so we didn't have to do that, and it made the system work a lot smoother. And so there's a lot of things you can consider like that, but the system seems to be working pretty well right now.
Okay. Well, I just want to be clear that what we're not talking about the same type of compensation or the same type of expense when we're talking about the cost of ambulance service and the cost of fire protection service. Okay.
Member Bennett.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. One, I think it's worth reminding ourselves again, we didn't close 1 station, we closed 2. If you want to reopen 2 stations, I'll vote with you. But that's really part of why we're not seeing the kind of improvement we probably would if we could open 2 stations and get us back to where we were a few years ago. If we were to do a 40-hour, Chief, if we were to do the 40-hour suggestion, peak hour, what's that do to response times? What's the percent change?
So it's
You said
about
10 and 3.5.
It's about a quarter of that. So I
So
believe,
it's not much.
No, there's some improvement. System-wide, I think I said 0.9% improvement, and in the district, I think 2.5%.
Yeah, it is a substantially less. We'd be spending quite a bit of money to get a quarter, I guess.
It's a quarter.
If you spend a
It's
quarter
about
to
a
get
quarter of the
quarter's
coverage,
worth quarter's worth of life saving, I guess. What's it do to training? That was one of the other issues we ran into, that we were really, as you described it, had a training system that was continually interrupted by calls, and that it created a questionable training.
Any resource that we added to the system would help with training. I mean, if we have another resource in the system, we're able to train a little more.
What about the full engine company? What would that do? Would that get you back to a, if
well, it
I go
doesn't
to
get
a training session, I get to go through?
It doesn't get us back to 11, but it would certainly help. It would
okay.
certainly help.
Okay, thanks.
Member Nanki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of following the mayor's train of thought, Polk is the ambulance service provider. We are technically the EMS provider.
Yes, we hold the ASA. We're the EMS provider for the
Is
ASA.
there any reason why we could not take an ambulance and utilize it like our EMS service provider fire truck function? Basically, up in Ward 8, optimal location for responding. They go, they get there first, they start the treatment, another ambulance comes, takes them back, they go back into service right in the middle of their district.
The thing you lose there, you can do that. The thing you lose there is the inability to fight fire, the inability to help us with our training time, the inability to have that depth of coverage in that standing army, because it's another ambulance.
It should change that red more than anything else, because if you look at these numbers, out of 10,000 priority 1 medical calls, if you add in, and some of these I'm not quite sure of, there's maybe maximum of 7. So 7% of those responses are for something other than medical. 2% of those, 2.5% are for fire. So to try to save the most lives, I would want the method that can do that. And if that's making sure that that resource is still in that area and you're not having to move a bunch of others to cover that, would that not provide us a significant increase in life-saving capabilities as compared to opening up a station cost-wise?
If you're going to add, I think what you're talking about is adding a squad, because if you add a Falk ambulance into the system, it's going to be in their system and it's going to move. We have a post.
Can we tell them don't move? Stay in that area.
That defeats the purpose of that.
Well,
defeats the
what
purpose.
if they parked at the fire station and did everything like a fire truck would do, except for respond to fires, which is 5% of the time?
It defeats the purpose of the system. We can look at that. That's not what I would recommend. But I don't think that's a good solution, just based on the way the ambulances are designed to be used in our system. They're for transport. If you're talking about a squad, that's something different. That's
Well,
2 firefighter
using an
paramedics.
ambulance versus using some other name of something that's a resource.
Well, the other issue with that is if you're saying it's a City of Salem resource, we have a contract, and we'd be taking calls away from our partner that they're here to make the money on, the transport calls. So we would be taking transport calls away from them in the contract if we were doing that. Unless you're saying we just go stop the clock and they come and do the transports, like sending 2 ambulances to.
I need to look at how they recover their costs and how that works versus.
They bill for the
pricing
transports.
structure.
Yeah,
so.
and that's the contract they have with us. So we used to force calls in the system. We no longer force calls in the system. That would be forcing calls in the system, basically.
Okay, yeah. That'd be one for discussion down
But a
the line as
squad,
well.
if you looked at a squad, that would be 2 firefighters and whatever vehicle you put them in.
Right.
That they're not going to be able to fight fire because it's not a
Correct.
fire engine. But they could respond. But now you're talking for 24-hour coverage, you're talking 6 FTEs, which is approximately $600,000. A 40-hour engine is less than that and provides you both, and you can go to all the calls. If you're going to staff something 24 hours a day with 2 people.
But if it was just 40 compared, I mean, if we run equivalent numbers.
Okay, if you're only going to staff at 40, you're only going to gain that 25%
Right.
of the coverage.
And if I staffed it 24, how much cheaper is it for those 2 guys running a 40-hour or 24-hour from a station parking
24
lot?
hour, staffing at 24 is 6 employees.
Okay, as compared to?
40 hours, 3 employees.
No, as compared to a full fire crew on a fire rig.
24 hours a day, it's 9 employees.
So it would save 3 employees.
Mhm.
And just deal with medical.
Yeah.
So 75% of the cost versus half for an ambulance as compared to, okay.
The thing you have to remember is that the fire trucks go to nearly every call we have. They do provide paramedic care. That's the way the system is designed, and they're available to run to the calls that pop up. We have house fires all over the community. It's not just Central Salem that has house fires. So when you look at that map, they're spread everywhere. So that would, in essence, you would still not have a fire truck in that zone. You'd still have a fire truck coming from Station 3, which is an 8.5-minute response to Arrowhead Trailer Park in that scenario.
For a fire.
For fire, yeah.
Well, I think this goes back to the, I think this goes back to Member Bailey's comment earlier about when we start talking about $3 million asks and changes to a budget, it's a much larger conversation than we will probably be able to have tonight. It doesn't mean I want to cut off discussion on this item, but I hope we can limit it. We do have things we need to vote on tonight, and we need to make decisions. All right. Next up was Member Bednar's.
Well, I'm glad we're thinking similar ways. I've been sitting here looking at the 4 options that have been given to us in your memo, Chief, and just trying to figure out, so where do we go to from here? It sounds like the 40 hours, and I know I realize that it's the only a quarter of the time, but I'm also willing to bet it's going to be at the time of day. It's not an 8 to 5 kind of thing. It'll be the 40 hours and the time of day that you'll probably get the most calls, is my
8
guess.
to 6, probably Tuesday through Saturday, would be when we'd staff it.
Okay, so I'm just looking, and we still have to decide where we're going to come up with the either 359,000 or the 546,000, what we cut or take away elsewhere in the budget, and we still have to answer that option. I was curious, by the way, in the report here, all these options with that start December, they talk about 9 months worth of employment. Why is that?
So we have a recruitment list right now that we could hire off of. Those employees, we have to go through the interview process. It takes us about 6 months to onboard an employee to get them in service. So they would start as an employee October 1st. They would go through 3 months of training before they were certified to come online, and they would go online January 1st, basically, and be in service till June 30th. So that's 9 months of costs, and that's how we calculate it out for this year. It's 9 months of cost. The second figure you're looking at is if we staffed it right away with overtime July 1st, and that includes 6 months of overtime in that cost.
Yeah, $187,000 for the 40-hour week.
Yep.
So that led me to the next question of we have more incidences in the summertime, which we're coming into. That's why we're thinking about doing July 1st. As opposed to waiting until December?
We were asked to provide that information. Could we staff it right away? What could we do to staff it right away? So then I started talking about the 6 months to onboard people, and well, what could we do? Well, we could use overtime if the council so decided to do that in either option. It's an opportunity to staff it sooner.
So the question still stands, do we get more calls in the summer than we do in the winter?
Yes and no. You have to look at the year. Last year we had a lot more calls because we had a bad wildland season. Looking at last year, we did have a lot of calls in the summertime. We're busy all year round, though.
I want to move this on. I'm not quite sure how to do it, but move it off its rock and get it moving forward.
All right, I just have 2 more people noted. Member Anderson?
Thank you. Member Bednar has asked the question I wanted to ask about, do you start or not? And I understand that very well. I just have one follow-up question then. It seems like if you're budgeting for the peak hours and 40 hours a week is 1/4 of 160, if you're at the peak hours, you ought to have more than a 25% decrease in time because the peak hours have more calls.
Slightly more calls. We try to estimate. We try to pick the busiest times.
So what you're really saying, Chief, is you really can't. Peak hours are not that much greater than the off hours.
Not that much, but they're a little more.
So then I wasn't following that up again. I think your original one was if you got one station or if you got the one full crew, wherever you placed it. That would be 10% in the north part and 3.5% in the whole city.
Yes.
So if you're if you only get 25% of that, would that correspondingly be like 2.5% and then the corresponding ratio? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Member Bailey?
Well, I'll be real brief. I'm not sure I could vote on any of these tonight, just to be frank. This is too big of an issue, and I'd like to figure out some way to draw a circle around it and direct council to come back with an amended budget when you figure out the best option here, because again, this is a conversation that has a lot of parts and a lot of complexities, so that's kind of where I'm headed.
Member Dickey?
Thank you. I'm just going to throw out there for the discussion as we're thinking about, do we want it fully staffed 24/7? Do we want 40 hours a week peak time? Right after we closed the fire station, right after we closed Station 8 and Station 11, there was a fire that resulted in 2 people losing their lives. That fire happened at night, and it was a fire, not a medical call. So just bear that in mind as we have this discussion.
All right, other questions for staff? Member Benjamin?
I didn't see in this report here anything about that proposed grant moving forward.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
So the SAFER grant, we have an application in for a SAFER grant, which we've asked for 3 firefighters for 40-hour staffing. We will find out, we are likely to find out if we're successful in that grant fall or winter of 2016.
And so moving forward, not that we can do much right now, but have this on for the next budget or moving forward, to get the grant, have the 3, we can add out of the budget additional manpower and hours to get to where we need to not be full-time, but at least take a dent out of the, or take a color change in the north and the south and the rest of the city. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about, is that because that grant is an annual type of thing, that's good for 2 years.
The grant's good for, the grant period is 2 years, so it's 2 years of funding.
Right, so that gives us 2 years to increase or find revenue sources for the fire department while doing something proactive to this map.
Right.
And so that's kind of why talking about tonight was somewhat important, obviously, is that, you know, we'd love to have it open 24/7 moving forward, but incrementally, we got 3, let's add 3 out of the budget.
Now, I will tell you that that grant is very competitive. There is a ton of people that put in for it. There's probably, well, there's millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of requests, and they have a finite amount of money that they grant. So not everybody that puts a grant in gets it. We're obviously hopeful that we'll be awarded, but we won't know that till, like I said, fall or winter of 2016.
So this one would be to the rest of the staff. If we did find out that we got it, are we going to be able to be fleet-footed enough to add 3 more?
The way the grant works is you have 180 days from being awarded to hire, retain, train, and put the people in place. So they give you a period of time after the grant award, and your grant performance period starts the day that they basically are FTEs and are in the system. So you get 2 full years of funding, but they give you some lead time to hire the firefighters and get them trained and get them in service. No different than we would do with any resource we were adding. It takes us time to recruit and hire and train the folks. But that's built into the process.
So if we were to try to get something done sooner, then it's going to be completely out of our budget right now. But moving forward, if we wait and find out we got the grant, then we can get a larger staffing in this Station 8 moving forward. I mean, I'm trying to paint a picture of timelines.
So if you make a decision on a 40-hour engine, for example, in the budget process, the fastest they're going to be in service is January 1st, online, running calls, because of the window to get them trained and that. If we wait for the 40-hour SAFER grant, we'll find out sometime fall, winter. So let's say we find out in December. We have 180 days, 6 months to recruit, train, hire, so you're bumping yourself out another 6 months before you put that resource in service.
So if we're to use that as a stepping stone moving forward,
Right.
It wouldn't be this year's budget.
The timeline doesn't change for recruit, hiring, and training. It takes us about 6 months to do that process, to get them onboarded and so they're ready to respond in the community.
Right, but I was using other people's money to do it. Now I'm trying to get that timeline in there. So
I understand that.
We're talking about it tonight because it's very important when we want to change the color. I'm just trying to see how can we leverage that. Is tonight or this budget going to be it? Or should we wait till we at least get that? And if we don't, then we'll have to readjust. But if we did, would we be able to move forward, making that a fully functional fire station?
Right, and that's a policy choice by us, whether we wait for that grant or we fund now. Chief, one more question on this. We've worked on some language on our wish list item and discussed some alternatives. If we do a 40-hour scenario, I believe it's been tied to Station 8. Would you like the flexibility to basically have a 40-hour not tied to a specific station so that you could deploy that where you believe it's best as opposed to dictated it from us? That sounds very loaded when I say it. But I just want to confirm that that's your preference, or is it going to go to Station 8 no matter
Certainly
what?
certainly that would be appreciated. I can tell you that obviously that's probably going to be our area of focus. The one thing I would mention is Station 8, we've been there for 25 years. It's a Dish-Mecca Community College station, and we got an opportunity to put an engine there, so we did it. It's not ideally located, and moving forward at some point in the future, we would potentially want to relocate that station, but that's the area that I would focus a peak period engine in, that area of town.
All right, thank you, Chief. I have a question, not for the chief, about the parks wish list items. The bocce ball was noted, I believe noted by staff, and I'd like someone to confirm this, that as opposed to putting it as a bocce ball court item, we could put it in the SPIF grant and allocate that money that way. And I'm wondering if the Ivy could be the same thing, or would that not be eligible? So we could just put it all in the SPIF and not dictate its money earmarked to bocce ball court.
Thank you, Chair Berger. Peter Fernandez, Public Works Director. SPIF is intended for projects. It's intended for projects that the community has requested, so it's a way to match dollars that the community raises. Ivy removal is really an operational item, so I don't think that it would be appropriate to make that a SPIF item. That's why we recommended it, or didn't recommend it, but provided it as an option for the Budget Committee to consider on the bocce ball courts, but not on the Ivy removal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff generally? Member Dickey.
Thank you. Just a point of order, when will we be voting on the wish list items?
Well, as soon as the questions are up, I will be taking a break, and then my plan is to go to any new wish list items and then voting, going through the wish list.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We are continuing our discussion of the wish list and policy discussion. We've gotten through our questions of staff. The first item I would like to cover, does anyone have any new wish list items they would like to add? Member Bennett?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I would like to add to the wish list the $6,750 allocation from the contingency fund of the transient occupancy tax for an emergency generator, matching funds for an emergency generator at KMUZ Radio.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Member Bennett, a second by Member McCoy to add $6,750 to the radio station for the generator out of the TOT funds.
TOT contingency.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think just really briefly, again, this is a situation where we've got a real opportunity to assist getting in place a backup generator that serves an emergency weather crisis or disaster situation. We've heard about this. I mean, we've had people talking to us, and I get confused as to whether it was here or in some other forums, but I'm hearing a lot about, what are you guys doing about the big one? What is the city doing? I think it's a small start, but I think it's the kind of thing we'll be talking about over the next several years. And I would like to make sure that we at least do one thing that relates to post-disaster services, and I think this is just a really unique opportunity.
All right. I have a question of staff, possibly legal. Is the TOT funds able to use this or have this money allocated from it? In your opinion?
Kelly, do you want to?
I can dive in, sure.
It's pretty much a yes or no question or answer.
I would just, in local government, there is no such thing as a yes or no question.
Oh, there is.
There are always layers. I would imagine that yes, it would be.
Okay.
It's just very much on the surface. I mean, in terms of that organization being eligible for a grant, for instance, there was some question in the past because of the service area, because the service area wasn't Salem. It was a portion of Salem and outside of Salem. I remember that from prior history. But I would say on the surface, yes, you could probably use TOT funding in this manner.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Please count that. I'm counting 10. Is that the same count you're getting? Please raise your hands.
Yes, we have 11.
11. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes. All right. Any other new wish list items? I can't read your writing. Okay. I guess I'd like to get that clarified. So if you, staff has a number on the hours only for the library?
We do. We've done a little consulting during the break, and I spoke to the library administrator and the circulation services director, and we agreed that with $75,000 additional dollars, we could definitely provide the 15 hours of public access. It would not reopen the book drop. It would not provide programming.
Okay.
But it would enhance public access by 15 hours per week.
Thank you for that estimate. All right, any new wish list items? All right, seeing none, I'd like to move on to the larger wish list. And staff, do you have a slide that shows the wish list items, just so we can have them up and we're not fumbling quite as much with our papers?
So Chair Berger, these are the wish list items for the general fund, and in order of dollar. So thinking we would start here, this is very much how the staff report was formatted, and then the wish list items for other funds are later in the slides.
Okay. Before we move any wish list items, I'd like to know if anyone would like to modify these items based on any discussion. Are there any motions to modify these wish list items? Clarification?
Well, my question, I guess, would be, are the changes in the updated costs, is that what you're looking for? You want those incorporated?
What I'm asking is like the fire station, there's been discussion of alternatives. Does anyone want to move that this wish list item be changed to 40 hours?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for point of order, I think you're probably right. Why don't we do that in a motion?
Yeah.
And we can just go through these items one by one,
Yes.
and you can make the motion, and I believe the motion, and clarify this for me, Budget Officer, is to basically take that wish list item and incorporate it into the staff's budget.
That is correct, into the proposed budget.
Into the proposed budget. And then once that's over there, then we will, at the end of all this, vote on the proposed budget as amended.
That is correct.
I think that's the most systematic way to do it. So I guess let's just start at the top with the fire station. Member Dickey.
Thank you. I move that we add $1.7 million to the fire department budget to allow for recruitment, hiring, training, really anything that the fire chief and his staff feel are appropriate to increase fire service within our jurisdiction.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Member Dickey and a second by Member Bednarz, correct? Was that Bednar? Will you speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. So we've had a lot of discussion about alternatives, as you said. We've had a lot of discussion about areas where there is need. The 1.7 million has been on the wish list, so this gives the fire chief an opportunity to come back with whatever plan will work the best to meet the needs. He's very aware of it, his staff is very aware of it, and I think this would allow him the flexibility based on what he feels is best, based on discussion that we've had. I think this will be a good way for him to come back to us with the best plan for addressing the need that we have. And I think this is something we definitely need to address this year. It's gone on for quite some time. Initially, when we closed the fire stations, there was some expectation that Possibly when there was an extra crew, there might be, you know, a few hours at Station 8, a few hours at Station 11 from time to time open. And that really hasn't happened as much as I think we thought it would. So clearly we have a need, and I think this gives the chief some flexibility to address the needs throughout the city.
Further discussion, Member Bennett?
Yeah, I support the motion. I think it gives the chief maximum flexibility from reopen a fire station to whatever else he can come up with that resolves the kinds of issues we've talked about tonight. And I think it will give then the council a chance to have a thoughtful discussion, and perhaps even the budget committee, depending on how this is handled, a thoughtful discussion of the kind of options he brings forward, but we're not constraining. And whatever's left over apparently goes into this long-standing, it goes into that ending fund balance. So it doesn't disappear, it doesn't get used if it isn't used for the program, but it gives him every chance to go right up to the maximum possibilities here. And this is our number one priority. Public safety is our number one priority. I don't think, and I'll feel the same way about adding police officers. These are our number one priorities, and we need to take them up here.
Member Anderson?
Thank you. In light of the earlier discussion, particularly by Member Bailey and also by the mayor, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we provide an additional fire crew at 40 hours per week at the chief's discretion as to how he would allocate those 40 hours.
Second.
We have a motion, a substitute motion by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Peterson. I would like to clarify, I believe there was two 40-hour scenarios, one that was right away and one that was the
I would say right away. I was looking at the $546,000, which would allocate overtime immediately, and then moving to hired staff
okay.
as it moves through the system.
And does your second agree that that is the motion? Thank you. Discussion on the motion?
Just a very little. I don't disagree at all with members Dickey and Bennett that this is our priority. But is this, it seems like we're doing this from the wrong end of the telescope, and we really need to have a long-term plan and a long-term discussion, and I'm confident from my discussions with Manager Powers and other city council members who have also discussed with him that this is what will happen at this time next year. We won't be coming in and having budget processes of this nature. We'll actually have some long-term plans and some long-term ways to address the very real and very needed problem.
Member Bennett?
I really disagree with this motion. I think this does exactly what Member Bailey, I think, advised us not to do, which is substitute our judgment for the chief's judgment. And that's what this does. This immediately says the answer's 40 hours. This is the answer. I have no idea if that's the correct answer. And I think we ought to give him the opportunity to work inside the largest possible funding program that would allow him to bring us the very best solution to this. I think this would be really short-sighted. It just means we'll revisit and revisit and revisit this. And, oh, by the way, 40 hours doesn't do anything to save lives. It's just a really, really bad idea, I think.
Member Bednarz?
So I just wanted a clarity. I absolutely agree with Member Bennett at this point. I'd rather go with the full-time, full staff, full everything on that. But I had a question in reference to Member Bennett's original motion, just so I get some clarity. Oh, it was Member Dickey. I'm sorry, Member Dickey's original motion, and the original motion was to leave the decision, or at least leave the conversation up to our chief?
On where that
goes to, and what level we do strike this. What level we do strike service, whether it's 40 hours that starts in July or December.
Right, but it's a budget allocation of 1.7.
And that's a lot of money.
All right. Member McQuaid?
I don't agree with this. I will not be supporting the amendment. This is what we do. We've talked about this before. Public safety is number one. We've got issues, certainly in my ward and Councilor Dickey's ward, that are life-threatening. This is not, okay, we got some public policy thing we can kick down the road. That's not what this is. I have full confidence in the chief to use this money wisely. We've discussed, and I said earlier, we need to look at some different ways to deal with some of these issues rather than just the same status quo, which isn't working in a couple of the wards here, at least in the outlying areas. But I'm very comfortable doing that. But we need to do this. This is not something you kick down the road. This is something we need to act on and act on now. The money's there for this year. We're going to have to figure out what to do to maintain it moving forward. But this is what we do. And if something gets cut, it shouldn't be public safety.
Member Peterson?
Thank you. I am going to support this motion that I just seconded for two reasons, and one is that I'm not so sure the money is there. We have not fully had a decision by our council to change what we have been working toward for our carryover and for our reserves. We've not really had that discussion. And secondly, I don't think that this process is quite correct when we're in the middle of a budget budget discussions, and the fire chief comes forward and says we have a critical need, and then we all start trying to find the money and come up with the solutions, and the chief has offered us several solutions, and I don't think it's up to us to, at this point, throw all the money at it and circumvent what really I think should have happened. And what should have happened, I think, is that the fire chief and the city manager should have sat down with these numbers and said, let's look at some scenarios, let's look at some options, let's look at some things that we could present in the budget. And I think that's the way the process should have happened, so that then we as a council, as a budget committee, can look at the budget and say, all right, we're going to allocate this amount of money. I don't like us trying to decide where to put fire trucks and where to put ambulances and where to put firefighters, but that's what we're forced into do today, and I'm supporting this other motion for that reason.
Member Lewis?
I'm not going to support the substitute motion, and this is going to sound strange. I don't believe it puts enough pressure on the chief. $1.7 million, that's a lot of pressure. And the issue that keeps coming back to me, I know there's tradition on how we run our businesses, but if you look at the number of fires and you look at the number of emergency calls, it demands that we think outside the box. So if we're going to demand that, then I think it's fair to supplement that with the money. But the pressure, the fire department does a tremendous job. More public service than pay. But quite frankly, the city's in a situation where we need more. And so we've got no choice to ask the providers of the service to give more, including thinking outside the box. I'm willing to put this amount of pressure because I think that they will come back with something that truly makes Salem safer. And that's their job and our job.
Any other discussion from someone who hasn't already made their point? Member Kailovite?
Thank you, Chair Berger. I'm conflicted. In recent years, we've had the approach that if we put something on the wish list, the city manager came the next meeting with a corresponding item that was some cut or reduction or adjustment somewhere else. We haven't done that this year. I think the direction went right from the beginning that the contingencies are such that we can just dip into that. And I'm just wondering if there's any unintended consequences, such as maybe that affects our bond rating if we dip into the contingencies, if maybe there are some costs coming towards us that we're not talking about. but I don't know if there's an answer to that, or if Kelly can make something up, or how that works.
And I think we definitely, that some of those issues were brought up by the city manager and discussed or in his memo, whether that answers your question or not. But I think some of the consequences of the discussion of moving into contingency was discussed in that memo, whether that incorporates or covers everything you're getting at. I don't know, but I do note that that memo exists. It is an important document. Member Nanki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public safety is our #1 priority, and we need to find a better way to do what it is we're doing right now. I'd be 100% behind it if you would tell me where you're going to cut it out of the ongoing budget, because taking it out of working capital, the substitute motion is 5 bodies a year when we make a cut. The original motion is 17 bodies. If you hold those for 2 years, you're going to have to get rid of 34 people from somewhere in the city, knowing that public safety is over half of our population. That's why we had to shut down 2 fire stations. Or we shut down the library all the way, or we shut down all park services. We don't really have any place to cut going forward. There is no money down the road. So anything we add is going to cut something. We can either do it in this budget, or we can double it up for next budget, because it's all head count. So I won't be supporting very much on the wish list tonight. There may be a couple that are potential, but hard to say. But that's all head count to me. That's cut head count next year or the year after, multiplied by the dollar value.
All right. I think we've talked a lot about this topic tonight. I'd like to vote on the substitute motion, which is to move the 40-hour option 2 to the recommended budget. All those in favor of the substitute motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
5. All those opposed, say no, and please raise your hand. Nay. Nay. Ten, 5. All right, thank you. So back to the original motion for the $1.7 million allocated to fire protection without a specific opening or use. Discussion on that, Member Bednarz?
So it was up to 1.7 first off. The decision and
Okay,
discussion
thank
is
you for
going to
the
be coming
clarification.
between the fire chief and the city manager, and we'll still come back to the council, I think, at that point, not to the budget committee. I've, hands down, I've campaigned on this issue. Public safety is really, really high, and we've got to address it, whether it is the low end at $359,100 for a 40-hour week starting in December, or the full 1.36 up to 1.7 for 24/7, 365, which is my preference to this whole thing. I think this is a #1 priority. It's been said too many times tonight. It's a #1 priority of the community. I just add to echo the same thing that others have already said tonight. It's just a very vital service that the city offers.
All right. Member Anderson?
Well, I made the other motion and I voted for it, and I'm conflicted now for the same reason that Board Member Kolovich says. Where are we going to get the money from? I'm a little from where are we going to get the money? Yeah. I'm a little bit comforted, I guess, by the fact that the motion is not 1.7 million, it's up to 1.7 million. So under the scenario advanced by Commissioner... No, I know who you are. I thought if you were a commissioner or a committee member or member, okay, Member Bednarz. You know, I mean, theoretically, you could come back with the 40-hour week service that, you know, that I proposed already, and that may be an option if you can't find the funds someplace else. So, you know, I'm going to be supporting the motion, but reluctantly and in the hopes that it's something less than $1.7 million.
All right, Member Moore Green.
Thank you, Chair Berger. Terribly conflicted because public safety is what I believe a city should be serving to its residents. However, you know, where will the money come from next year and the next year and the next year? Are we going to be sitting here 2 years from now closing down another station because we don't have the money? Or do we, you know, take that gamble and gear it all back up? I mean, I'm be real curious as to city managers' thoughts on this long term. I really would like some input if you'd be willing to provide it along this line.
Well, I think long-term, this is a great example of the need for a priority-based plan for the allocation of resources, because I am loath to offer trade-offs because I don't know what the council's priorities are when it involves trade-offs. Having a goal-driven, priority-based approach would allow that trade-off discussion to occur. So long-term, I think it's a great example of having some focused discussion with council, perhaps with the community budget committee regarding goals and priorities.
Member Dickey.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the comments and questions that have been raised, especially, you know, where's the money going to come from in future years? I'm very, very aware of that, looking at the chart, seeing, you know, what that contingency number looks like over time. I guess I'm coming from the perspective of, you know, what if it has to be closed again? If there's a station reopened. Or stations reopened. What if they have to be closed again? I've lived with that closed station in my ward for 4 years. If we get it for 1 year, you know, that's better than what we've had over time. So I think, you know, offering the resources to our chief to look at our system, do something now, and continuing to think about how are we going to adjust our system in the future, make some of the changes we've talked about, try to make those adjustments that have, like the city manager has said. I think those are all very important things to be looking at. I just feel like we've got a crisis right now, and we've got to do something about it.
Member Bednarz.
So whereas maybe 1 year, having 1 year is better than having no years, but I would certainly hope that in this discussion, this is a discussion that says how do we sustain this for years to come? We're not just shutting it down after this year. I don't want to see people hired and trained. It takes some time, as it was said, you know, 3 to 6 months to get people in the saddle. I don't want to see that. I want to see it permanently running, and so in that discussion, that has to happen.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. I really agree with what the manager said. I think one of the things that we have brought this up since they closed is what's the plan for reopening? And we have asked and asked and asked. This allows us to have that plan developed, and developed with as much latitude as the fire chief and the city manager could possibly have. It gives a real opportunity now, and as Councilor Lewis said, sort of the pressure to come to grips with this really important problem that our community is facing. And it allows the community to know just how bad this problem is and how much worse it is getting rapidly. We have masked this long enough. It's time to get this thing out and get this thing headed toward a resolution.
Member Bailey.
Thank you. Well, you can probably imagine where I'm coming from on this. I still don't see a strategy for moving forward, and this is something that we on the Budget Committee have initiated. When the chief and the city manager presented the budget to us, it did not include a 1.7 million increase and then try to justify it or find places for it to, where the other cuts would come. So I'm going to say, yes, I see the need. I totally get it. I mean, this isn't my first rodeo with this. But I think it's premature for any solution to be offered tonight without a long-term strategy for fire service and emergency services in this city.
Member Kylavine?
The question I have is, how does this up to work with appropriating? What will that look like on paper? There's got to be some number in there.
I believe the appropriation will be 1.7.
And if it's not used, what happens then?
It goes in ending fund balance.
I'm sitting down.
It's not my first rodeo either. And on that point, I will not be supporting the motion for several reasons. Member Bailey articulated well the need to bring this forward, and if the chief wanted to bring this forward at the beginning, he could have. I do believe it's our role to look at items where we believe it's deficient and add funds if it's needed, but I do not believe we have 1.7 million to do this. And the concept of going up to an item, I'm not very comfortable with. We could do that with just about every budget and say, police chief, we're going to give you an extra $3 million. Don't use it all. But that's not how this process works. I understand in this case we want more time to flush that out, and so I understand the logic of doing it. I'm not comfortable with it, and I won't be voting in support of this motion. Member Lewis.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. One, the chief brought forward a budget in line with the city's budget, requesting no additional funds. Then he went through his presentation and showed the facts of the service level in Salem. I believe it was this body that has risen the issue to the level of importance, not the chief. And I've only been through one goal setting, but community safety is the #1 charge. If that means that next year, to keep that safety level where it needs to be, we have to make cuts, then that's budgeting. Everything's on the table then. But safety has to remain the main charge. So I will be voting for the motion.
All right, Member Moore Green.
Thank you, Chair Berger. Quick question on technicalities. So the budget, it gets adopted. The council, you have authority to reallocate once the budget is adopted, is that correct?
Will you clarify this?
Well, actually, once this body makes a recommendation and it goes to council, the council can make a change at that point as well.
Okay.
So, and once the budget is adopted, the council can make changes to appropriations, and generally speaking, through supplemental budgets or through transfers from contingencies.
But there is a 10% clause that if it's
That
a
is
change of
correct.
more than 10%, it does come back to this body.
That is, yes, the council, once the council receives a recommendation from the budget committee, cannot increase that recommendation by more than 10%.
For a given fund.
That is correct.
So the bigger funds,
Once again, I need to sit down.
it's hard to do it.
You're really good at this.
I'll be quiet.
No.
All right. Member Hazlitt.
Thank you, Chair. Just as for Mr. Powers, on your options on funding, on that, said equivalent reduction to other general funding or fund program areas. Have you guys ever discussed what you're going to cut?
No.
And then it says equivalent reduction on appropriate ending balance working capital. Has any discussion worked on that?
Yeah.
With 1.7 million.
Yes, and that was included in the overall chart that showed the wish list items.
All right. But nothing was discussed on any cutting of anything.
No. I have no direction on what to cut.
All right, I'm going to call for a vote because my sheet is running out of places to put people's names. So all those in favor of the motion to allocate to, will you restate your motion?
I move that we add up to $1.7 million to the fire department budget for fire services, and that the chief would come back to us with a plan on how to allocate those resources based on the needs throughout the city, up to $1.7 million.
Member Bennett.
I just want to make sure that the 1.7 is being used to open up Station 8 specifically.
No.
It's not.
It's not. Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Nine is my count. All those opposed? 6. Motion fails. Are there any other motions on the fire item? I move we allocate the option 1 for the 40 hours, $359,100 to the fire budget. Do we have a second?
Second.
Who was the second? Sorry, when it's my motion. Anderson. I would like to do something on this item, and since we don't seem to have the appetite for the larger, we may have an appetite for this, so I think it's worth a vote. Discussion by Member Bennett?
Well, yeah, if you want to kind of disguise, we haven't done anything, vote for this. This doesn't move the dial. That is part of the problem here. And what I don't understand is how anyone could vote for this if they were concerned about the last motion, because this absolutely instructs the chief what he's going to do. And everyone here who has their degree in fire services, raise your hand, because that's what this suggests, is that we have some level of expertise and that we know what the answer here is. And this is one of what looks to me like 4 possibilities right up to 2.1. I thought that that last motion gave us the greatest, gave the chief, not us, the chief, the greatest latitude, which is what I thought we were being asked to do. I thought that Diana gave a motion that gave him full latitude and the manager full latitude to do the right thing, not some sort of easy expedient disguised, and I think really misguided direction here. I really think this would be a mistake. This does not resolve the problem. It doesn't fix anything. We'll continue to have growing red squares. We'll come back next year. We'll look at the same problem. It doesn't put any pressure on them to resolve this issue and begin to tell us how they're going to fix our fire services. I really think this is a mistake, Mr. Chairman. I'd recommend that we go back and take another look at Diana's motion. I really think this is a mistake.
Member Bednarz?
So I'm kind of curious at this point. The same issue is here that was here before, which is, okay, whether we take 359,500 or 546,000 or any of the other numbers, the $1.36 million up there, what number is going to satisfy those members, those 6 people who voted no before? I mean, I'd rather have the previous motion, the substitute motion was, to open up. I'd rather have that than nothing, but I'm ready to suggest a substitute motion of adding the 546,500, which is option 2. I mean,
which was the motion we already.
I understand that, but that was before we voted down the 1.7.
You are welcome to make a motion.
I would like to make the substitute motion that we take option 2.
All right, we have a substitute motion. Do we have a second? Seeing none, moving on to the original motion. Member Anderson.
I think the points raised by Councilor Bennett are all quite valid, but that motion lost, and now we've got to we can either do nothing or we can do something. And I seconded the motion on the idea that what you're really saying, Chairman Berger, is 40-hour-a-week extra service at option 1 at the chief's discretion as to where he wants to use those 40 hours.
All right. Oh, Member McCoy.
I'm in total concurrence with Councilor Bennett. I don't, what are we doing here? We got a big problem. Everybody recognizes the problem. So instead of spending the funds to try to deal with the problem, we're going to stick a little Band-Aid on it and watch it get worse and watch the wound continue to hemorrhage. I'm not going to support this motion because it doesn't do enough to really solve any problem in certainly our 2 wards. But in generally, it doesn't, you're sort of saying, well, go fix it, but we're not going to give you enough money to go fix it. So do the best you can. We're not here to do the best we can. We're here to fix things, deal with public policy, and give the chief the tools to fix the thing as best he can. He basically said in testimony earlier in this process, how are you going to do that? Give me a station, open Station 8, and we will improve service, and we'll deal with a lot of these issues. And we're forgetting another thing. We've got a lot of guys working here sitting behind me. Morale can't be that great when they're sitting looking at a budget committee and or a city council that goes, yeah, well, we understand you got a bunch of problems and you're running all over and you're not doing a great job and it's bothering you, but we won't give you the 1.3 or 1.7 million to help you fix it. We'll give you 350 because that's really all we want to deal with. This is, to me, what we're here to do. Public safety is number 1. Let's deal with it and act like we really want to solve the problem, or let's just forget this and shame on all of us if that's what we're going to do.
Member Benjamin?
My hope was the 1.7 would pass up to 1.7, and the reason why is that puts everybody's feet to the fire and helps us move forward to figure out next year and the year after and the year after, how are we going to maintain the service that the professionals need. And that was my hope. At this point, I can't really support this motion for the same reason, is I hate to put a Band-Aid on something when we really need to start looking at doing surgery.
All right, Member Nike?
Yeah, just if I can, and our fire service does a wonderful job for what they have in place. And I would hope they wouldn't look at this conversation that way because it's structural. I mean, they know structure fires, you have to maintain the structure, you don't go inside, which is why we have a new city manager. We can't just rip 1.7 million out of this budget without cutting something else, knowing our long-term forecast. And so we need to have a discussion with the city manager, and the city manager has to have a discussion with the fire chief, and they need to figure out how to bring that back and whatever for law enforcement as well. But by just jumping 1.7 million out, that's 1.7 million. Now you have to double cut next year, so it's 3.4 million of some cut somewhere next year. Let's do it right the first time and bring that balance in here. I don't think people will like what that looks like. And it goes back to the whole streets and bridges thing with the water sewer bond, working towards adequate. It's just, there's some structural problems inside of this system, and we need to figure out how to deal with those, because the choices aren't going to get any easier in subsequent years either.
I would really like to call to a vote. Member Dickey, did you?
Just a really quick point, along with some of the things that have been said. One of the things that did come out tonight is our call volumes are going up. So any resources we put at this aren't only going to have to be adequate to address the issues we have today, but as those call volumes continue to go up, that need just continues to get greater. So for that, and many other reasons, I won't be supporting this motion.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
We have 5. All those opposed, say nay and raise your hand.
Nay.
I counted 10. 5 and 10, but is someone?
No, that's it.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
15.
right.
Sorry.
That's
It was
right.
6 and 9, yep. Had 6 in my head. All right.
Or 7.
Yeah. So, moving on, can staff put back on the wish list? Hopefully we can get through these. I realize public safety is definitely the topic of the day. Member Bennett?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, I want to understand where we're going this evening. If your plan is to try to drive this through and end this tonight, I think we need to have maybe a break and have a discussion, or just have the discussion. To me, we are not done until this fire service issue is resolved one way or the other, and it's just going to be a little messy. And whether we're going to do it tonight or postpone it to our next meeting next Wednesday, we have the available time.
Well,
it's fine with me.
I will note that although I hope the council considers the recommendation of the Budget Committee, judging from the votes, the City Council will be able to do what they want with the fire station once this Budget Committee sends it to them, because 1.7 will not be a 10% change in the general fund. So if the City Council wants, my thought is, Member Bennett, is that on this specific issue, this committee makes their recommendations as the votes they had, and this can be sent to the City Council, and if the City Council feels strongly that the Budget Committee erred, they can make a correction and possibly allocate 1.7 if the votes are there. But I would hate to have another meeting of this committee and re-vote all over again. We've heard a lot of information. My opinion is, I don't think another week of grilling the chief is going to change my opinion. Maybe it would others. So my take is on the specific fire station issue, I would not like to wait another week and spend the Budget Committee's time. Now, we have a lot of other items on here, and if we need another meeting to get through those, that's something for consideration. But on this specific issue, it's not my intention to have another meeting. But it's up to the committee.
Well, I'll speak to that because I strongly agree with the chair of the Budget Committee. Tonight is the last night for the Budget Committee to meet. That's been clearly in the plan. It's been clearly on the schedule. And we still have work to do tonight. We still have people here who have stayed here all night long, listening through this discussion, waiting for their item to be up on the wish list. And I think as a courtesy to them and as a courtesy to everybody on the committee, we should do exactly what the chair is saying. We need to just get down through the rest of the wish list and the rest of the things that are on the agenda and call it good, and then refer that decision, that budget, to the City Council. That's our process. And we do live by our process.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to item 2 on the wish list. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding that? Member Anderson.
Thank you. And just before I make the motion, just speaking generally, I passed out something, and I'm going to be kind of going down on that line. I move that we allocate 1/2 of $183,490 to the reopening of the West Salem branch of the library to be used at the discretion of the library administrator and the city manager as to how they allocate those funds.
It's actually less than that.
Okay. No, I'm comfortable with that figure, even though I know we got some different figures from Kelly about what it would cost just to open the library to be just a lending library, a shelf.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, seeing no second, moving on. Any other motions regarding the West Salem Library? Member Bennett?
I'll move the 75,000 to add to double the hours.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Bennett. We have a second from Member Kylovite. Would you like to discuss your motion, Member Bennett?
No.
All right. Member Lewis.
I don't want to waste time.
I will. It gets more and more difficult for folks in West Salem to go to the main library. In my conversations with them, it is truly something that they see as part of their neighborhood, which is the largest neighborhood in the city. I think this is a minimum amount but we have talked about opening it, extending the hours ever since I've been here, and this at least gives us an opportunity to do something. So I'm going to vote for the motion.
All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye, and please raise your hand.
Aye.
I count 11. All those no, please raise your hand.
Nay?
One. I'm not raising my hand. 3, and Member Dickey is not here. Okay. All right, moving on to the next wish list item, the police officer, 1 FTE. Any motions on that? Member Bennett?
I'll move 1 FTE police officer position, $140,560.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Member Bennett, a second by Member Peterson. Member Bennett, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, same argument I made on fire. Public safety is our #1 issue. I believe this gives us the third officer we need downtown to assist both at Minto Brown Park and in downtown. I really appreciate that the manager and police chief gave us 2. I think the arguments we've heard and the discussion and requests from Betsy Bilshaw really hit me. I just happen to like the idea of a fully sworn officer as the solution, although I'm not opposed to a ranger. I just think this is the better solution.
All right, further discussion, Member Bailey?
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this, and just a heads up, I'm not going to be supporting the park ranger one as the next item, because I think these two are intertwined, and I think that this is a better value.
Member Bednarz?
I had already been thinking about this. We have, in the budget, allowed 2 additional officers to be placed anywhere in the community, but I think the committee has had in mind that it's going to end up in downtown, and specifically because we have a bridge crossing. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I do know we've allocated 2 additional officers in this current budget.
Excuse me, the recommendation is the 2 officers will be assigned to the downtown unit, the downtown team.
Yeah, was it clear in the motion?
This one is not included with those 2. This is
Right.
an addition of those 2.
But I'm asking the maker of the motion, did you assign it, the officer, or did you just
No,
add it?
they're assigned to the downtown unit, and I would expect
in
that
the
half
wish
of
list
it will be
item.
over in the
Okay.
park.
As I continue to mention, at this point, $140,000 is another item that we're going to have to come up with. I'd rather double it and give it to the fire department and get that station open at least a little bit. I cannot support this motion with the amount of money that we're going to have to come up with. And in addition, with the 2 additional officers at this point, I'd like to see how that turns out in our downtown, considering the new bridge won't be in until late this year, and they'll be working in with the new police officers at that point. I'd like to see what would happen first before we actually go in and say, hey, I want to give it a third one.
All right, Member Peterson.
Yeah, I'm supporting this motion because it is an item that I have heard from the community again and again and again as we are preparing to open the bridge to Minto Brown Island. And also, even if we weren't building a bridge to Minto Brown Island, the number of homeless people who are camping on Minto Brown Island has increased, and the number of people from the community who have come to me and said, please do something, I don't feel safe. We need more law enforcement to really manage what's happening in our parks, particularly Riverfront Park and Wallace Marine Park. So I strongly support this motion.
Member Lewis?
Yeah, I can't support the motion. Several reasons. One, in the chief's budget, he includes specifically 2 new officers for downtown. That is for a 1-year improvement, that's a sizable improvement. Second thing is I just can't support the idea of a highly qualified, highly paid police officer babysitting people. If we can't take care of ourselves, then we got a lot more problems than police officers. And so it's neighborhoods that drive out the unwanted, not necessarily the police. I think that the 2 new officers should be able, in a calm society to deal with the issues that are going to be there after the bridge is open.
Member Hazlitt?
Yes, I cannot go along with what was recommended. I agree, we do need somebody at Minto Brown Park. I believe a park ranger, number one, fulfill that position quite adequately. Number two is he's there all the time. He knows the terrain totally, versus your police officer would probably be more on call to other things other than at the park. Because the chief already mentioned that the police officer would be on call. And to really understand that park, understand the people who are camping out there even, and saying they're on a consistent basis, you need a park ranger that's been there and can get faces with names. Having a police officer, you won't be able to do that.
All right, motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wait, sorry. I count 5. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nine, motion fails. All right, moving on to the next wish list item, the park ranger. Does anyone want to make a motion on that? Member Bailey?
I move addition of a half FTE park ranger position for Middle Brown Island at the cost of $52,500.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Member Hazlitt. Any discussion on the motion, Member Bailey? All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, 10. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. Ten to 5, motion passes. Moving on to item number 5, the bocce ball courts. Any motion? Member Bennett?
Thank you.
He's trying.
Well, I move construction of 2 bocce courts in a Salem park for $40,500.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Member Kailavite. Any discussion on that motion?
Just briefly, I thought Mr. Rossi did a great job explaining why this is a good idea in terms of the location. I really agree with the idea of us building these and then working with the Bocce League afterwards in terms of expanding it. I think that their idea of placing it in Bush Park is a good one, although that's not in the motion. I thought the whole thing is working out well, I think, in terms of allowing a new sport to arrive in town. And it's also a sport that involves, at least as I understand it, well in excess of 100 people. It could given the amount of league play that was described by the Bocce League, could result in some real activity here in Salem. In terms of bringing people to town to participate in this. I think it's a sport most of us don't know, but clearly there is a real interest in it, and it's something new and different to add to the mix of activities to do here in town. I just thought it sounded really good.
Member Anderson?
Thank you. Those of you who have read my written proposal on the bocce courts see that I was wanting to go 50-50. We provide it. I'm going to support the motion as is now for 2 reasons. One, I'm convinced that if we do the 40 and it works, then the next 2 courts will be a lot easier to build with other funds coming from not from the city. And 2, you know, we just got rid of $1.7 million plus $140,000, so what's another $20,000?
All right, Member Bennett.
Can I just recall?
Oh, sorry, Member Bednarz. I'm getting used to saying
Bennett's over
Bennett.
there. Bernard's over here. He's got a beard and whatever. So it this wasn't going to work with SPIF, is that what I heard? That the matching funds?
It would work.
It would work for SPIF.
Yes, it would, but that is not the motion.
That's not the motion at the time. I like the 50-50 match. I showed that there's a buy-in. I'm struggling with this one. This is one of those where I'd like to make a substitute motion that we fund 50% of that. What was it? The 40,500
All right, we have a substitute motion.
in SPIF grant funds.
And then
They have to earn the other half of the funds.
All right, we have a motion, a substitute motion that's been moved and seconded to allocate half the amount for matching and do it through the SPIF program.
Kelly's coming up.
Is this correct?
I just need a little clarification. Are we further augmenting the SPIF program by an amount?
I think that's what's going to happen.
Increasing it by
Yes.
$20,250.
Yes. All right.
This motion would do that.
Member Bednarz, would you like to discuss your motion or your substitute motion?
So we had 12 people come in here. The very first evening, we had a budget meeting, and I know the squeaky wheel gets the grease and such, and I love improvements to the park. I originally had hoped that this would have been come into one of the master plans for whether it's Fairview Sustainable or one of the other parks that's coming up where we can plan in it and budget a little bit better. I hate the idea of just showing up and you'll get what you want as long as you show up and bring enough people to testify for you. I think it's a great thing. I played it this last year, and I can see how it can become a social thing, but I struggle with it, and I think our community would struggle with us saying, yes, we're just going to put it out there, come in and we'll put it in, and instead I'd like to see the buy-in of if we have a league, let the league stand up and we'll work with them. I very much would love to see bocce, and as what I'm hearing, Bush's pasture would be a great place to have it. So I'm all for the bocce. I'm just not so certain that I want the city to pay 100% of the funds. I'm not sure who funded the horseshoes in the first place, but I know there's a group that takes care of them, and there's buy-in from the community, and I think that's important.
Member Dickey?
Thank you. I don't disagree with that. I guess I'm struggling just a little bit to understand how this fits in with our SPIF process, because that's a specific process that like a neighborhood group, say, would get together, they'd fill out an application, it gets reviewed by city staff. So I'm trying to understand how this allocation, saying we're going to raise the SPIF by X amount of dollars, and then the bocce people get it. I'm not quite sure how that fits in with our current process. Could someone explain
Member Fernandez, could you add any clarification?
That's Director Fernandez to you, Chair Berger. Our recommendation, Councilor, would be that that the money would go in with a 2-year stipulation, and that's pretty typical, so that the group would have 2 years to raise the money. If at the end of 2 years they either couldn't raise it or they lose interest or whatever, then our recommendation would be that the money would just be available for other SPIF projects. I think there was an idea, well, that you see number 7 there. So if I could be so bold, one way to kind of, if the committee was so inclined, it's one way to augment SPIF specifically. If they raise the money, great. If not, then actually there'd be double that amount there for other projects. So that's the way we would see it working.
Member Benjamin?
I'm for bocce. I've never played it before, but I'm looking forward to playing it in the future. Yeah, it looks like fun. So, but thinking about it up front, understanding that we have that SPIF grants, and I've used those SPIF grants, and they're great. The process was not followed. Again, to bring up the same group of people come down, and you're going to get what you want. I think it's important just to let folks know that yes, go through the program, get with your neighborhood association, identify a park, get them behind you, start raising some funds, go for a SPIF grant. It can all get done right away. So I won't be voting for allocating money for the bocce playing field. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you. I said I was going to vote for Member Bennett's original motion, but he's given me the go-ahead that he's all right with the substitute motion, and I think it makes sense for the buy-in provisions because of the you show up, you get what you want thing, but also I would add that this would go in Bush's Pasture Park, which is in my neighborhood, but it's in Ward, but it's a regional park, not a neighborhood park, and that's the difference in spiff grants and neighborhood parks. You're looking, it's the neighbor is only looking. This is citywide sort of thing as a regional park.
All right, voting on the substitute motion. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
I count 14. All those opposed, no, and raise your hand. I count 1. All right, moving on to the next, motion passes. Moving on to the next item, number 6. Member Bennett.
Thank you. I move the budget, let's see. The Budget Committee approve an invasive plant control pilot project and fund it up to $20,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Bennett, a second by Member Bednarz.
I thought we
Discussion
got a
on the
really
motion.
good presentation again. I think it's targeting just the right kind of park, which is one that hasn't been developed yet, and would serve as a real model on how to deal with ivy and other invasive plants, and then how to marshal the kind of volunteer and paid program you need. Plus, it's an appropriate place for using pesticides if needed. It would, rather than in an existing park. So I think it's just the right kind of project to bring forward to really demonstrate how this can be done.
All right, Member McCoy?
Ask the Member Bennett, so where would the money go? I mean, this says high school students, you're saying a program, and then you reference the no ivy.
The pilot. Yeah, it described
So it's the
where the
pilot
money
program.
would go in there. They had a description of using the money for inmate crews, for coffee and donuts, for recruiting volunteers and communication. It had a whole program. You know what, okay. Rather than high school students, that was the earlier proposal.
Okay, is the committee clear on that? All right, Member Bednarz?
I seconded this motion because I see this as a big problem in our community, and I'm glad that somebody's actually come in and taken the ball and said, hey, I'm going to take weekends of our time and rally the troops, and we're going to come out here. I had an email today of people talking about getting rid of the blackberry bushes in the Fairmount area, but same thing. I think if the people are going to want to come out and do that and rally the troops, we have way too many trees in our community. I know in South River Road, out in my ward, we lose trees onto the road because they're getting covered with ivy, they're dying, and this invasive weed is killing the trees. So I support it to see what happens. It's a one-time funding. It may work, it may not. I have a feeling it will work. So let's see what happens.
Okay, Member Lewis?
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion primarily because of the great work that the volunteers did in Wallace Marine Park. They've already shown what they can do. It's now a logical time to supplement that effort. That's what this does.
Member Nanki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support this one, knowing that it's an up to as well. It'd be nice if we could actually encourage more volunteers still. I've only been able to get out on one of the ivy removals. It'd be nice if we could have a council day out there as well. Give them the quick 30 hours. But, any additional funds, once we get that one cleared out, would be nice to actually maneuver. And, Morningside had the original new style of neighborhood association plan, so what a better place to test out a model and a pilot program than in the Morningside.
I'm all for a council day, too. Member Bailey?
I'm in favor of both the motion and the council workday, but I'm warning you, no machetes for, no machetes, people get hurt.
All right. On the motion, all those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed, no, and raise your hand. I don't think there were any. 15. All right, moving on to 7. Additional spiff funding. Any motion on that?
Oh, I make the motion that we use.
Member Benjamin?
Go.
I move we increase the Salem Parks Improvement Fund grants by $10,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Benjamin, a second by Member Bednarz. Would you like to discuss your motion?
Certainly, thank you. I've used the SPIF grants to help develop Brown Road Gardens or Brown Road Park. I see how it works, and the process is fantastic. I only wish we could do more. This gives the public, the citizens, the opportunity to make a change and be able to have access to funds to do that, but they have to bring that manpower, person power, if you will, and come up with some ideas and work with the parks. It's a good citizen and government partnership that it pays great dividends. It leverages the money tremendously.
Member Bednarz?
I support this one as well. I wish it was even more, because I've seen this. This is exactly what the bocce courts were about, a buy-in by neighborhoods, whether it's a Sunny Slope Park that went in or Bailey Ridge, or at least in my ward, they've been used. Those funds have been used, and I applaud this helping the community come together, especially when you get the labor of the love of a local community park where people want to put time and money in. They care for it. They're going to take care of it in the long run. So I wish it was more than 10, but at this point, that'll do. I'd like it. I really do.
All right. Let's vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Looks like we have 15. All those opposed, no. Seeing none. Motion passes. All right. Remainder of the wish list. The Cultural and Tourism Fund, Member McCoy.
I move that we increase Travel Salem's allocation to 25% of the proposed transit occupancy tax revenue.
Second.
We have a motion by Member McCoy, second by Member Bednarz. Discussion on the motion?
Well, this is, finally, we've got one that's not in the general fund, so we're not worrying about that fund balance. So we can all take a big sigh of relief and relax a little. To this point, you know, we had the debate, and I was sort of leading the charge. Travel Salem does great work. They're underfunded. But this proposed budget would have them at about 20%. You saw the stats where it's 25% or more with the people they're competing with to market cities. But beyond that, and so this is $176,380 that I've seen what the proposal would be, and it's basically to market the city. This is not new people. This is not new staff. They're not increasing anything. All this money goes to market Salem and its various attractions and the new programs they're developing. Secondly, in talking to the lodging folks here, who I know, they're saying this is based on $3.9 million in TOT revenues. They're saying it's going to be 4.1, 4.2, maybe 4.3. So we're still going to, and so if you're worried about the ending balance, which is projected to be 1.6 for next year, we're going to be over that even when we give them this $176,000. We're going to be at 1.7 or 1.8. So it really doesn't affect the plans moving forward in the TOT program. And I will be, bringing a proposal to put this in the ordinance at 25% moving forward here in the near future at City Council.
I won't be supporting this motion as written, but I am going to offer a substitute motion that the allocation be made to tourism promotion, not specifically listing Travel Salem. Do I have a second on that? Seeing none, my item failed. Member Anderson.
Thank you. I support this too, and in the memo that I circulated to council, I was just flabbergasted by looking at what the expenditures are that Travel Salem does. Just among 3 areas, resurfacing tennis courts, the improvements to the Wallace Marine Park softball fields, and the Minto Brown trails, that's almost $1 million right there. And that's $1 million that if it wasn't coming out of the TOT taxes, it should be coming out of the general funds for maintenance and deferred maintenance and improvements. And if you look all the way down the line, it's true Deepwood, the Bush Barn, all sorts of things throughout the whole community were taken care of, or the tot tax is taken care of, when it could also logically have been taken care of by the general fund. So it just seems to me that we ought to encourage this as much as possible, and I'll support the motion.
Member Bednarz?
So we have lots of industries in this community that build a widget and then export a product. And, you know, whether it's blueberries frozen, or the frozen food at Hennessy, or I don't know, the manufacturing plants that we have in our community, those are all traded sector businesses that export a product, improve it, and export it, and bring an import garment, bring money into our community. Tourism is no different than that. It brings people, generally speaking, from outside this community, and as I consider it, a traded sector business. Yes, there are people in our community that we live here and we go to Bush Barn, but by far it's one of those places. I have some Indian friends, people from India coming in here in just a couple weeks. So we're going to be taking them around town, and they're bringing their money in, their rupees, but they'll be dollars, in from India into our community and spending it here. And I think this is a wonderful thing to see happen. It's another business. If Salem doesn't like certain industries, we should capitalize on what things that we do have that are good assets, and this is just another way to do it.
All right, don't see any further discussion. So a vote on this item. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Aye. 14. All those opposed, nay and raise your hand.
No.
All right. Moving on to the next item, the sidewalk repair. Member Bennett?
Would it be, Mr. Chair, just a point of order, would this be the point at which we would take a final vote on the KMUZ emergency generator, because it's at the Cultural and Tourism?
I was going to just put it at the end, just so we don't confuse
Okay, no
on the
problem.
order. So, Transportation Fund? Member Bennett?
I move we increase funding for sidewalk repair and replacement to $1 million per year with the cost of $90,000.
Second.
We have an updated amount of $50,000. I'm forgetting what that is.
No, from 50 to...
Oh, from 50, so the 90 is correct, sorry, just wanted to...
That's okay.
Please, we had...
I thought the argument made
Sorry,
by...
Member Bennett, I missed the second. It was... Okay. I should have known, but, you know, I did miss it. Member Bednarz.
I'm going to defer to Councilor
Please speak to your
Yeah, I'm going to
motion.
defer to Councilor Bernards. I think he wanted to speak to it. No?
Member Bednarz?
Increasing it.
Oh.
Did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I originally had said on this whole thing, we have 805 miles of sidewalk in our community, and the city is capable of repairing, what, some 5 miles a year? I mean, 5 miles of sidewalk, and not all of it of the 800 needs to be replaced, but we are, I mean, there's just so much work out there, and there's so many places that the sidewalk is in terrible shape at this point. I'd like to just continue on and push to improve our neighborhoods. I like the spiral where they're working around our community and concentrating in neighborhoods. It makes sense to keep the employees all in one location, working hard. I support this wholeheartedly for those people, especially for Tina, who came in tonight and testified. And you know, it's tough. I can see, and I trip on the sidewalks. And boy, I've been hitting the sidewalks a lot these days. So I've seen a lot of broken up sidewalks, and I'd like to see them repaired. So I will be supporting the motion.
All right, any other discussion? Member Moore Green?
Thank you. I just want clarification. It's a one-time expense, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait. Is that correct? Sorry,
Yes.
I would like clarification.
It's even better than that. It's not only a one-time expense here, because we'll see it again, but once you pay for a sidewalk repair, as I recall, it no longer comes to us to be responsible to repair it. It's turned over to the adjacent property owner.
That is, unless the city-owned tree does the damage to the sidewalk.
So, Member Bennett, it's a one-time expense because the thought is we're not hiring staff, we're hiring additional contractors?
No.
No.
Isn't it going to be an ongoing expense?
No.
So next
No,
year there
you'll
won't
vote
be
on it
another?
next year as well.
Whatever staff recommends, is
Yeah.
what they recommend for sidewalk maintenance.
But
But the 90,000, once spent on sidewalks, removes that sidewalk from our inventory of sidewalks ever needing, at this point, under these policies, ever needing repair by city.
Okay, Member
It's a
Bailey?
great investment.
You two are talking about two different uses of the term one-time expense. You're talking about you repair this sidewalk now, and that's it, one time. What you're asking is, for budgeting purposes, is this a one-time expense, or is this ongoing, raising the level? And the answer is
It's a double. It's a double one time.
And the answer is it's just for this year's budget, is I believe.
Sorry, Member Benjamin?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to Member Bennett's comments is the focus here is getting these sidewalks out of our inventory, the sooner the better. That will be a less expense going forward, but also raises property values. And helps business traffic and safety is, again, the number one concern. And if you have uneven sidewalks or crumbling sidewalks or no sidewalks, that's potential for people to get hurt. But it does a lot of things. Getting this inventory off our shelves is a win on all directions. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Member Nanki?
Yeah, and essentially the ongoing versus one time is, they gave us a number and we said, well, we can just add this much and say it's $1 million. We don't have anything that says we will budget $1 million a year. I think we try to keep moving some money over and above, but we're not going to get this addressed until we can add it onto a bond and just get rid of sidewalks. So this is kind of moving from pavement maintenance, which I know we desperately need as well, and so the question would be is, can it do more good taking a little teeny piece of sidewalks, or does it do more good to actually do pavement work worthy of $90,000 worth? And so,
All right. Any further discussion on the motion?
just more. Is there? Where is the value?
No, I don't.
Is the value in sidewalks or value in pavement maintenance right now?
Oh,
Thank you, Chair Berger. It's in both. We're just going to take it out of ending fund balance. We're going to add 90,000. We're going to put more money in the ground.
So yeah, it wouldn't be $1.76 million, and it 1.86
Right.
or 85.
Right. So
Okay.
we're going to contract this 90. We're not going to add staff. We're going to contract this 90,000.
thank you for that.
That's what we're going to do.
Excellent. Thanks.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Looks like we have all 15. All those opposed, no. We do have all 15. All right, moving on to the parking fund. Member Bennett.
Mr. Chair, I move the Budget Committee approve purchase, art wrapping, and a one-year maintenance for 2 Artipotties for $4,000 from the parking fund.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Bennett, a second from Member
Second.
Kylabite.
You can have it.
All right, Member Bennett, would you like to discuss your motion?
I thought we had a good discussion on the Artipotties and the need in the community, and then that they also add something, they add some ambiance to the area where they're located. Yeah, I tried to.
Member Nanki?
We'd had a little side discussion on this last meeting as well, in regards to, rather than using the parking fund, utilizing TOT dollars, because parking funds tend to be a little bit more fragile. Would that in fact be the preferable method for the Artipotties then, using TOT funds out of unappropriated ending balance?
Well, certainly there are greater, from just a pure city organization downtown perspective, we have many needs in our parking structures.
And we can classify them as
I
art.
would concur with that statement, and I think probably in regard to TOT, we are We continue to stretch the definitions in charter. So I think perhaps we're taking that plastic wrap and really stretching the definition in charter.
Well, then you make a little map of where all the Arta potties in Salem are, and then it's a tourist attraction as well.
All right, Member Bednarz.
So I'm so much for adding the 2 porta potties and doing the wrap. I'm not at all in favor of using TOT funds. I think we've stretched that, and I knew this before, long before this, that we've stretched the definition of where TOT funds need to go. And I know the specific reason why we're putting the 2 toilets downtown isn't for visitors. They may see them, but it's not for visitors necessarily to use as much as our homeless problem that we're faced with at this point. And that I see as a community issue, and I really think it should come from the community fund. And we're not talking big dollars here. We're talking $4,000 out of a parking fund. So I want to support the motion. I just don't really want to switch it over to TOTs.
Member Benjamin?
I was under the impression we had a meeting about this, or some people came up and talked about it, that they were going to handle the expenses and the maintenance, and that we were just going to give them their blessing to put them around the city. And now we're asking for $4,000.
Yes.
Okay. Well, whatever happened to those groups that said, hey, we're going to pay for it, will you just give us the blessing and let us put them where they need to go? Whatever
They asked
happened.
us for $4,000. And I think they're adding more. I think this means we'll have more restrooms like this in the downtown available for folks. That 2 isn't going to meet the need. They'll be putting up some of their own. This just helps.
So this is going to be a partnership.
Yeah, it's
I just keep coming back, adding 2 more and 2 more, and pretty soon the city owns all the porta potties.
That's correct.
Okay, so there are more. I wish somebody's here to talk to that.
Do you need further clarification? Were you asking for?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's if I like partnering with citizens and other groups to maximize funds, and if it's just when we had the demonstration about how they were going to take care of the porta potties, they were going to wrap them, they just wanted to have the city allow them to put them in certain places. I was all for that. And now we're like, they want $4,000 to put a couple of porta potties up.
That's correct.
So I just wanted to make sure that if we are partnering, let's do it. But I want to make sure that there's other people bringing porta potties in as well.
Yes.
Are they?
There are.
Yes, I believe so.
Member Kylavec.
I just thought I could illuminate Member Benjamin. Remember there was a motion last week for 20,000. That would have covered, and I think it was your motion. 15. And that would have covered everything, and we talked about the buy-in, because we liked the motivation that they had when Rebecca was here, and a couple other ladies that supported it. So there is buy-in, and we're not financing the whole thing. We're not buying any porta potties. We're subsidizing what they're doing.
Member Lewis?
Yeah, maybe to clarify, this is a perfect example of supporting folks who have already taken the initiative to do something good for the city. There's already, I think, 2 or 3 of these in existence. Their plan is to have 4 more, and this motion puts the city in a position to work with them on a couple, and they continue to work on the others. So this is, in my opinion, a great example of the partnership, especially when you consider that there's been work done up front, and then they come and ask for support, as opposed to some that ask for support with just a dream.
I will support this motion because I think it's a really good idea and it addresses a really important need. I don't love just giving funds because someone shows up. And there's a little bit of that in this. I mean, there's other good things going on in the community that they could show up and ask for money, and we feel obligated to give them because they're doing such a good job. This is a little bit unique. I just think it's very cool what they're doing, so I will be supporting it. Member Nanki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the nexus, knowing we have people screaming at us about parking all the time. It's like, what is the nexus between Arta potties for the homeless with parking dollars?
Member Dickey?
So I want to say this delicately. Sometimes people engage in activities in our parking garages that could be taken care of with these.
Okay. Right. Nicely put.
All right. I see no other discussion on this motion. So on the motion of $4,000 for Arta Potties from the parking fund, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Steve?
No, he was looking down. We have 15. All those opposed, no. All right, looks like 15 to 0. All right. Clarification from staff. Do we need a motion on this extra capacity facilities fund?
Yes, you do.
We do. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
I move that we allocate $0 to the Wish Fund for a new park in Lansing neighborhoods north of Market Street.
To the recommended budget,
Yes.
not the wish fund? Okay.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Member Anderson and a second from Member Bennett. Member Anderson, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. Member Bennett would like to speak to his second.
If Director Fernandez is available, I wanted to ask him about this, if I could. This was one of those, when we adopted it, it came in at 0 because we really didn't know quite what to do here. NEN is looking at reviewing a location for a park. And I think the concern with, I'm a little concerned with $0, just that it won't make your department available to them to work with them on locating a park. And they're working with the State Fair primarily. Can you kind of put into context whether 0 covers it, or do we need to give you some money? Or?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. I think 0 is fine, but I think it's worth a vote, because what that will do is give us policy direction.
Okay.
We're gonna work with NEN anyway. I think there's already conversations. We appreciate the work that the one volunteer is doing and visiting with the State Fair folks. That might be a possibility. There may be other possibilities. The sense that we get right off the bat, the initial back of the envelope, is that it's probably SDC eligible, so at some point, we'll come back if something develops and ask council for permission to allocate some money. There is money, unallocated money in the account, and the council can allocate that as part of the CIP process, for example. So I think 0 is a fine number, but the vote will give us the policy direction and the emphasis that so we can move forward on.
Great, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye and raise your hand.
Aye for $0.
Today.
I count 12. All those opposed, no. Looks like we have 0 no's.
Wait a moment. Are people not voting?
People are not in, they're not here.
2 are missing.
Okay.
2 are missing.
I think 3 are missing.
We've been here for 4 hours, so.
We're all here.
And we're gonna have to have a motion here pretty quick, because we still have ad valorem to do.
That's right.
No, we don't for,
Yeah,
Yeah, really important things.
I don't think we have a deadline of 10 o'clock for the budget, do we?
yes, we do. We do.
We have 13.
Yep.
Huh. Did we? All
So
right.
do we want to,
If I can clarify that, I need to mea culpa. Earlier in the Budget Committee meetings, I said you did it at 10 o'clock. That applied to council rules. That is not a Budget Committee rule. Sorry.
I thought we stuck it into our rules.
Let's get it done.
it's not in our rules.
Okay.
I thought it's not in the rules. We just go. Let's just get going. Come on.
Kelly?
To this, on the scheduled portion of the Budget Committee procedures, it says meetings shall start at 6 p.m. and shall adjourn no later than 10 p.m. However, a majority of the Budget Committee can extend the time to adjourn a meeting by half-hour intervals by a majority vote of members present at the meeting.
If someone could extend, I would appreciate it, just so I'm not pinched against the time.
For half an hour.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Nanki, a second by Member Bednarz. Do you want to speak to it? No. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Moving on.
One more.
We have one other item on the wish list.
Thank you.
Member
Ms. Chair,
Bennett?
thank you. Ms. Chair, I move the Budget Committee approve an allocation of $6,750 from the Transient Occupancy Tax Contingency Fund. I want to make sure I'm in the right part of that, but for an emergency generator, a share of the emergency generator cost at KMUZ Radio.
And for clarification, that's from the unappropriated balance.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
We have a motion from Member Bennett, a second from Member Dickey. Any discussion on the motion? Would the maker
Mark,
of the
you've
motion...
got the sheet that KMUZ supplied. I think this is one of those where we have a chance to do something about emergency services. I mentioned this before. During this budget cycle, I think it's a very small start. I think we'll probably be confronted with a great deal more in the future as these kinds of services become available. This radio station has done a bang-up job and provides us, along with emergency service, weather report. It actually is one of the sole news outlets in the city. It provides the only next-day coverage of city council meetings available in Salem, which to me is actually important because it's very hard to sit through these watching them on television. And,
Much less being here in person.
It's not so easy here.
Yeah, but I think, and having watched their coverage through a full several years now, it's just a really fantastic service. If they bring to their emergency and disaster coverage the quality of work they've brought to their news coverage, we are very, very lucky. This is a small price to pay to help them and to work with Marion County and with their granting group to make this happen. I just think this is a really good opportunity for us.
All right, Member Nanki?
And I don't know if it is yet or not. I don't know how many stations. I'm assuming all of the normal stations have emergency generators, but I don't know that for sure.
Please.
Well, then why would we be supplying, or, yeah, really weird. I'll have to think about it, because I know we've been approached before to offer some operating funds as well, and chose to stay away from that based on city government. I don't know.
All right, Member Bednar.
Talk amongst yourselves for a while. Let me get mentally straight on it.
So I want to start off with the first thing. I didn't get this piece of paper from our gentleman up here. Anyway, it didn't get to me until just a second ago from my neighbor next door here. But for that reason, I just wondered if at some point, I don't know if we can remind people who come in and testify, if we need at least a dozen copies to be floated around in the room, because we have 18 in the.
Yeah,
So, well, I don't see it in my packet, but if it's there, it's here.
You just drop it on your desk here in a little bit.
Well, I mean, I didn't see it in the pile. The second thing, I don't know, and I wish to get an answer of in an emergency, how much connection is there between the city of Salem or the NOAA or whatever to KMUZ to relay information? We've had issues in our community where we've shut down a bridge and we need a local radio station to transmit that message, whether it's a minor emergency or a major emergency. I don't know what the connection is. And that's really what we're being asked to. We're asking to support a radio station that will be here to help us in case of an emergency. So what I'm trying to figure out is how much information comes out of KMUZ.
Is there someone from staff who can address that?
I don't know if Chief Nibla can address that. He oversees our emergency management program.
Hasn't he been up here enough?
This is an easy one. Roger Stevenson in our department oversees our emergency management program for the whole city. And we typically use all sources of media to communicate that through flash news, which you may have seen. We also have the Everbridge program that we have now for people they can self-select in with their cell phones. So when we put a flash news event out, radio stations can pick that up and rebroadcast that. We don't directly call them and relay the information, but anytime we have an emergency going on, we do have public information officers that do the outreach. And so we use a vehicle that's already in place. And then, of course, those news outlets pick that up and rebroadcast that, Twitter and those types of things. So that's how we do it now.
Okay, if I may continue, I'm in full support of getting emergency signals out. There's no question. We have a nonprofit that's asking for some help to maintain that, to help our community. So yeah, I'll be voting in support of the motion. And by the way, I did find the piece of paper. It was buried.
Member Peterson.
I would just like to make a note, and obviously KMUZ would be providing an important service if indeed there would be emergency information, et cetera. But there are 2 other radio stations that I know of in the area, there may be more, that also do that and do that on a regular basis and have a regular ongoing program where our public works officials and I believe fire and police go on a regular basis. And I'm uncomfortable with deciding at this moment that we're going to allocate money to one radio station but not to the others, and we've not made any sort of an indication to the radio stations that we would entertain opportunities to help fund equipment that they might need. I think it's unfair when we simply have somebody come into the budget meeting and say, we will do this for you in the future, when we've not had that kind of ongoing relationship with them. And then suddenly we're giving money to one radio station and not others. And I think that kind of crosses the line for our funding.
Member Bednarz.
I had forgotten to mention, I am uncomfortable with the TOT funding, again, for the same reason, where it's supporting the whole community, it's not supporting necessarily tourism in our community. I would rather see it come out of the general fund rather than TOT. I just struggle saying that, yes, it would help visitors to our community when the time comes, but that's not really the whole thing here.
Member Bailey.
I would agree with Member Peterson, except for the fact that this is a community-owned, volunteer-run, nonprofit radio station. And I don't know if the other 2 you're referring to are commercial stations or community nonprofits. So that's why I'm going to support it, because of that distinction.
Member Bennett.
Yeah, I do think that really is an important distinction. This is substantially different than dealing with commercial radio stations. This is a community nonprofit operating in the public interest. It was granted money by Marion County. We would be just joining in that. It's not to set up competitive opportunities. It's like, I'm trying to think of we give substantially to the food bank, apparently to the detriment of restaurants. If we, it would be the same kind of reasoning, I think.
Member Bednarz.
Councilor Bennett, I find that a difficult comparison.
You're not going to buy that?
No, I don't think there's anything similar to that.
To see if you're paying
You just want to see if I am paying attention.
Member Bednarz.
I would like to offer a substitute motion that we, from the general fund, we supply $6,750 to KMUZ for additional funding for a backup generator to their antenna.
I'll second that.
We have a substitute from Member Bednarz, a second from Member Bennett. Any discussion on that motion? Member Bednarz, sorry.
I think I've already said.
Okay. Member Benjamin.
When it comes down to where we have to use AM, FM signals in an emergency, it's a big emergency. Obviously, we all have, most of us have cell phones, TVs, and whatnot, but if it comes down to a true emergency, where the only type of communication you can get out from the outside area or even just down the street is going to be a radio station, It should be fortified and ready to go. I'm a little concerned, though, that the chief doesn't have some sort of connection with KMUZ to get that information to them. I know you mentioned cell phone, but if the cell phone towers are out, if there's a dark spot, where then that's the only way they're gonna get their information. So maybe you can speak on that a little bit.
We actually have satellite phones that don't rely on the towers.
Right.
Because you're right, if the cell phone towers go down, I'm pretty certain KMZU is not going to be broadcasting because they're going to lose their tower as well in that type of an event. So we do have satellite communications, satellite phones in the fire department that we would use to communicate with our resources to deploy them. At that point, the kind of event you're talking about, you're not going to have a lot of communications with anything, in an earthquake scenario where everything shakes down to the ground. We rely on the most expedient way to get information out, and the radio stations and the media outlets that have that ability to rebroadcast, that they do that for us. So it doesn't require us to make 400 phone calls, 400 different media outlets. We can make one notification. They pick up on that and rebroadcast the message out. Everbridge is the same way. We can send a mass notification out to large groups of people in the city through their telephones or their cell phones if they self-select in. An example where we used that was our liquid oxygen emergency in Northeast Salem, where we had to evacuate 180 homes. We used that to communicate to people. We also did door-to-door knocking to help people get out of the area. So those are the resources we use. They work fairly well for us to be able to get that out to a large group. As more people sign on to Everbridge, the better it's going to work because you can do cell phone, landline, fax, telephone, lots of different methods, email. So you can get it a lot of different ways.
Right. Well, I like the idea of being able to have a local station that can cover our city area and get out information when other sources aren't available. It's kind of the last thing that's even going to be available potentially, or even shortwave radio.
We do have ham radio operators that work with our EOC folks.
Okay, there you go.
We do have plans in place for that. So we have thought about not quite going back to the Stone Age, but
Right.
the cell phone's not working. You're going to have to find another way to communicate that information. So we have the shortwave ham radio
On a broad spectrum, though.
Yes. Yeah.
Because, shortwave, I have an AM/FM emergency radio. It doesn't have shortwave.
Right. So that's going to be challenging, and
Right.
there are incidents where we would not be able to communicate as effectively as we would like to, depending on the scale of the emergency.
Sure.
But for the smaller scale emergencies, we
got
believe
plenty.
there's...
Oh, yeah, plenty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the substitute motion to allocate this funding from the general fund, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Looks like we have 9. All of those opposed, say no and raise your
No.
hand. 6. Substitute motion fails. Going back to the original motion to pull this from make this allocation from TOT funding. All those in favor of the motion, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
I count 5. All those opposed, say nay and raise your hand.
Nay.
I count 10. Motion fails. All right, that is the full list of wish list items. There are several more items we need to get done. Budget Officer Jacobs.
Yes, and just very quickly, because you'll need this information as we finish the last few items on the agenda this evening, the general fund additions as a result of the wish list were $177,750. That will be, the offset there will be ending working capital. In the Culture and Tourism Fund, the TOT Fund, the increases were $176,380. The offset there will be ending working capital. Transportation Services Fund, the amount added was $90,000. The offset will be ending working capital. In the Parking Fund, the appropriation was $4,000. There will be no offset. That fund is fully appropriated. And as you noticed in the wish list report, we indicated that there was a $10,000 allocation for unspecified downtown projects, and so the $4,000 will come from that $10,000, so there's no budget change to that item.
Okay. Next item is the ad valorem. Would you speak to that?
Yes, this is, of the 3 or 4 top things the Budget Committee does every year, this is the top of the list. You approve the property tax levy. The council doesn't approve it, you approve it. And we always use the maximum that we can do for our property tax levy at $5.8315 per thousand, so that is the maximum. That's our permanent tax rate. Additionally, on this staff report, there is a general obligation bond debt levy of $11,906,000. So it is this body's responsibility to approve the tax levy.
All right. May I have a motion for the approval of the City of Salem's ad valorem property taxes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Member Nanki, a second from Member Bednarz.
And if I may, I would just like to say that $5.83 is rotten.
It's low.
It does not make our life easy. There's city, it was an arbitrary number that was just jammed on us back in time. And I would love to see that changed.
But it is the maximum.
It is. And as I always say, it's $7 in Eugene for exact same size city with a lot more property on the tax rolls as well.
Good point.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to the next item, the recommended city budget. May I have a motion to approve the City of Salem's fiscal year 2016-17 budget as amended this evening?
So moved.
Motion from Member Bednarz and a second from Member McCoy.
As amended for those items that Kelly specified earlier.
Yep. All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
All right.
Had a whole evening of it. Actually, we had 5 weeks of it.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, moving on to the Urban Renewal Agency. Will you please speak to that?
Yes, this is the ad valorem taxes for the Salem Urban Renewal Agency. This committee is a joint committee of the agency and the city. The estimated total for the Urban Renewal Agency, this is in total, is $12,913,900. And that's really all I have to say about it.
All right. Need a motion on this. May I have a motion for approval of the Salem Urban Renewal Agency's ad valorem property taxes?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Nanki, a second by Member Bednarz. Any discussion on your motion, Member Nanki?
Nope.
Any discussion from the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion passes. Will you speak to this item?
We simply just need a motion to approve the Urban Renewal Agency budget as presented. There have been no alterations to that budget during the course of the Budget Committee meetings.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Nanki and a second from Member Bednarz. He was first again. All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, motion passes. Any other business to come before this committee? Seeing none, thank you very, very much for all your hard work and all the hard work of staff.
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned.
All right. Good job.
Thank you.